Great. Okay. So as with time, I will add on as the program continues. At this point, we would want to hear a word from our chairperson. Okay, so our chairperson's remarks. By way of introduction, our chairperson is or was formerly the Director of Legislative Drafting at the Attorney General's Department of the Ministry of Justice in Ghana, where she worked for 23 years prior to her retirement. As the director, she was responsible for the legislation of the Republic of Ghana and was the equivalent of a Court of Appeal judge. She is qualified to practice in the UK, Ghana, and Lesotho, Southern Africa, and currently works as a legislative drafting consultant. Madam Estelle Appiah has been concerned with training in legislative drafting under the auspices of the Commonwealth Secretariat for African Commonwealth Jurisdictions. She has trained legislative drafters in ECOWAS parliaments, the Kenya Senate and National Assembly, senior law officers in Rwanda, and the law office in Namibia. She has also trained members of the Ghana Parliamentary Service and lectured at Tulane University in the United States of America. Madam Appiah has published and written on the legislative drafting aspects of topics ranging from mental health, corruption, affirmative action, terrorism, social protection, and climate change, amongst others. She was the chairperson of the Mental Health Authority Board from 2019 to 2020, and she was reappointed to chair the Mental Health Authority Board in 2022, that's just last year. She is a co-opted member of the Parliamentary Service Board of the 8th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing welcome, let's applaud and welcome Madam Estelle Appiah, our board chair. So, audience, your chair, and Madam Chair, your audience.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to acknowledge the dignitaries we have with us here. First of all, Professor Oforiatta, Professor Sami Ohini, Professor Akwesi Osei, and the heads of Department of Psychiatry that we have with us today, as well as the students from the medical schools. I'm really, really excited to be here because this is the first time I'm witnessing a competition like this. So I'm curious and I'm just excited because psychiatry is of great, great interest to me. So I don't have too much to say. Maybe at the end I'll have more to say, but I just want to see what's going to happen and witness it. We've had a bit of a hiatus due to COVID, and I'm sure you're all back, anxious to compete. Competition is good because it brings out excellence. So I'm anxious to see how it's all going to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. At this juncture, we will be receiving our welcome address. And we have a very special woman, a woman who is a mentor to most of us and drives the mental health agenda within the country. She's already on her way. It won't allow me to talk much. But please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the Chief Executive of the Mental Health Authority, Dr. Prof. Pinaman Apau.
Thank you very much, Dr. Newman. Madam Chairperson, Prof. Sami Ohini, Prof. Akwesi Osei, Prof. Angelo Oforiatta, our distinguished judges, the heads of departments, the heads of the various departments of psychiatry, directors of the Mental Health Authority, our esteemed participants from our various medical schools, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor today and privilege to welcome you all to the 10th edition of the Intermedical School Debate on Mental Health. Today, we find ourselves at the intersection of innovation and compassion, exploring a topic of paramount importance: the appropriateness of telemedicine and technology in mental health care delivery. I have to say that I am very excited and eagerly looking forward to our brilliant minds from our medical schools deliberate on this subject that holds significant implications for the future of mental health care in Ghana. In recent times, our world has witnessed remarkable advancements in technology, reshaping the landscape of healthcare delivery, and mental health is no exception. The integration of telemedicine and technology into the mental health care has shown promise in enhancing accessibility, improving efficiency, enhancing the overall quality of mental health services, and even destigmatizing seeking help. However, as we delve into this discussion today, we must also critically examine the potential drawbacks and ethical considerations associated with such innovations. This debate provides a unique platform for us to exchange ideas, challenge perspectives, and collectively contribute to shaping the future of mental health care delivery in Ghana. I encourage each one of us to engage passionately in this debate, drawing upon our diverse perspectives, experiences, and a commitment to advancing the cause of mental health. Let us embrace the opportunity to broaden our understanding, challenge assumptions, and work towards solutions that prioritize the well-being of individuals struggling with mental health challenges. The Mental Health Authority would like to extend its deepest gratitude to our esteemed sponsors: St. Patrick's Mental Health Services, Dublin, the Department of Psychiatry, Dalhousie University, the Global Psychological E-Health Foundation, and the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, who gave us this venue for free. A special mention, however, has to be made of Prof. Vincent Ejapon, who is the head of the Department of Psychiatry, Dalhousie University, and whose unwavering tenacity has sustained this debate year after year. I think we should give him a round of applause. Unfortunately, he was unable to join us, but hopefully he will look at the videos and see what happens here. Additionally, a heartfelt gratitude goes to the management, staff, and students of the various medical schools, without whom this impactful debate would not have materialized. Thank you all for your unwavering commitment to mental health. I eagerly look forward to the insightful deliberations that will undoubtedly emerge from today's intermedical school debate. Together, let us pave the way for a future where mental health care is not only technologically advanced, but more importantly, infused with compassion. I extend my best wishes to every participating school, and may the school win. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Apao. The excitement is all around. We are all anticipating these discussions and deliberations. At this juncture, I would want to hear a word from our sponsors, and we would want to have Madam Belinda Ejapon, Mrs. Belinda Ejapon, come up to share a word from our sponsors. Can I see by wave of hand if Madam Ejapon is with us? Okay, I believe she's yet to arrive. Okay. We would also have a statement from the representative of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons in due course. So it is actually now the time for us to get the ball rolling and have these discussions started. Moderating the section that will be coming up, that has to do with the debate itself.
MC, I thought you were going to spare me all this. But let me just say, Madam Chairperson of the Mental Health Authority Board and Madam CE of the Mental Health Authority, and then let me start on existing protocol so that we can move fast. Well, I'm also, just as all the speakers have said, equally excited to be here and to be part of this program. I think we've already spent some time, so let's move straight away and say that this is a friendly contest of ideas and not a World Cup. So our contestants relax, but at the same time, to want the best out of you. We are going to be scored. For now, we have 6 schools, but we're going to have 7 in due course. UCC, they are here. Wonderful. So you have all the 7 schools. You are going to be scored based on your clarity of presentation, on the strength of your arguments, on your ability to engage the audience. You will also be scored on your effective summary, and then your ability to handle questions from the judges and audience. Let me explain this further. By your clarity of presentation, you are looking at how you demonstrate and organize content, how you can organize your delivery. You should follow that organization. Then we are clear of what we are talking about. You should speak to the topic and not waffle around. You should be coherent in your presentation. So we see that coherence in it. And you should demonstrate understanding of the issues. You should recommend and explain clearly a feasible policy initiative. All these constitute what you call clarity of presentation. And you score 25 marks for that out of 100. The strength of your arguments, we want you to demonstrate depth of knowledge, that you really understand the subject matter and not being superficial. We want you to use relevant data as necessary, and you want to show that what you are presenting is authentic, is feasible, and acceptable. We want to see how you are linking your points one to the other. Uniformity, consistency, and team coordination among the 2 speakers, how you coordinate your thoughts, and not you come and the other repeat the same thing, or you speak divergently. So all that constitutes the strength of your arguments, and you score 25 marks for that. Your ability to engage the audience. You want to see how you keep eye contact and not look at just one direction, but how you vary your stance and engage all the audience. You want to see how your presentation skills, your voice modulation, where it should go up, it goes, inflection, all those are features of your skills of delivery. We want you, and then your mannerism and your use of rhetoric questions that don't necessarily demand answers, but that brings the audience on board. All that scores you 10 marks. And then you want to, for effective summary, you want to see how you are effectively summarizing your deliveries. And if you're able to do that, you score 20 marks for that. Then finally, your ability to handle questions. After your delivery, the judges will come in and ask questions, and the audience will have the opportunity to ask a few questions. How you handle these questions, and not being evasive, but being straightforward, not being over-elaborative, being brief and concise, how you effectively handle questions. And you score 25 marks, 20 marks for all that. So then you score your 100 marks. The judges we have are Mr. Solomon Tete Janma. If you show us, yeah, that's right. And he is a tutor, a health tutor at the Nurses Training College, Pantan, and a registered mental health nurse. We have Mr. Williams Obinas Menin. He is the Deputy Director of Human Resources at the Mental Health Authority. We have Mrs. Sarah Mate Olete, show by hands. And she is the Institutional Review Board Administrator and focal person for quality rights in mental health with Christian Health Association of Ghana, CHAG. And finally, last but not the least, we have Dr. Susan Ama Amwasi, show by hand. She is a public health practitioner and a senior lecturer at the Central University with a PhD in public health and educator, health educator, promoter with over 15 years experience in the field. So ladies and gentlemen, we have distinguished judges, panel of judges for you. And Mr. Brobe, Kwaku Brobe, forgive me, they didn't. Mr. Kwaku Brobe is currently with the Allied Health Practitioners Council, Professionals Council, based at Kolebu, and formerly at the Mental Health Authority as the Director of Communications. So we have 5 judges for you, and they will do justice. I will just sit by, and they will do justice, and they will score. So the final scores have nothing to do with me, and have nothing to do with the final scores. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Now, if you have participants, what's the reps of the participants to come and ballot? We want to be as fair and as transparent as possible. So they will ballot even for who comes first, who comes second and third. So let the reps come, and we have a ballot. You will just ballot who takes number 1 will come first, number 7 will come to the 7th. Then we have it. Thank you. So our participants, representatives, University of Ghana rep, please come. UCC rep, have they settled enough? That's UCC rep. University of Ghana rep. UCC, University of Ghana, and then UDS, University of Development Studies. UDS, please. And then KNUSC, your rep, please come forward. KNUSC. UHAS, University of Health and Allied Sciences, the rep. UHAS rep, she's here. Rep, please join them. And then AMC, Accra Medical College or Accra Medical School, the rep. Accra College of Medicine, ACM, not AMC. Thank you very much for the correction. Accra College of Medicine. You are here. And finally, but not the least, Family Health Medical School. Family Health, wonderful. So he just wrote the numbers, so no bias, and you are just going to pick randomly. So call who is 1. Then let's see who is 1. Let's see who gets 1. So who picked 1? He picked 4. Yeah, who picked 1? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so KNUSC 1. Who picked 2? Family Health. Family Health picked 2. So maybe if you can just stand that way, so you see. So 1, 2, 3. Accra College of Medicine. 4. University of Ghana. No, 4. Let 4 be there. 5 is UCC. Okay. And then 6. UHAS 6 and 7 UDS. Wonderful. Okay. So the presenters, 2 from each school, and they have 10 minutes each. So you have all the first presenters come first, and the second presenters will come in. The second presenters will have the opportunity of rebutting, but you will not have a third round. So you don't have a third round to come in and rebut. So all the rebutting can be done in your second presentation, and 10 minutes each. So please, now you can be seated. The first speakers speak. So, the judges, did you write the order of the schools? Okay, wonderful. Okay, so please, you can now sit down. You've done your job as the representatives of the schools. We have a timer. What's the name of our timer? What's the name of our timer? Our timekeeper? Pokuya. Ya Pokuya or Afia Pokuya or Ajua Pokuya? Ekuya Pokuya is our timekeeper, a distinguished timekeeper, and you'll keep to 10 minutes exactly. What I think you'll do is that after 5 minutes, you'll alert you that we are through halfway, and then the last one, you are bailed out wherever you are. Okay. So the first school is which one? K-USC, you now have the floor for 10 minutes. Please start keeping the time.
I'm going to sit. I'll walk. You want to sit?
Imagine this. A nondescript young man with his glasses way too big for his eyes swaggers up to you. He instructs, "You, go stand over there." You begin to move in the direction in which he points, but mind you, your obedience is pretty much out of curiosity than obligation. Then from that distance, he shouts in a loud voice, "I'm going to heal you all the way from here." Now that's another level of amusement, but you decide to keep it in and throw a question at him. Hey, I didn't know a miracle worker. That's basically the concept of telemedicine and technology. Most Honorable Chairperson, esteemed jury, highly sedulous timekeeper of the Unblemished Watch, fellow speakers, members and prospective members of the noble profession, ardent ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. The topic for today is appropriateness of telemedicine, the topic for today is appropriateness of telemedicine and technology in mental health care delivery, pros and cons, and I, Master Alex Jr. Oforiampofo, I'm most certainly delighted to walk you through a thorough analysis of this just course. The Oxford Dictionary defines telemedicine as a remote diagnosis and treatment of diseases using telecommunications and technology. So you see, you cannot even mention telemedicine without technology. Technology is thus defined by the same dictionary as the practical use of scientific knowledge to solve problems. Mental health, as defined by the World Health Organization, is a state in which an individual realizes his or her own capabilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively, and is able to produce or is able to contribute to his or her community. Appropriateness, I believe, is not a one-size-fits concept because it involves a nuanced understanding of context and culture. It is simply the quality of being suitable, fitting, or proper in a particular situation, context, or purpose. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to actually understand the role of telemedicine and technology in shaping the very essence of modern mental health care delivery, there are 4 parameters that we need to consider. The very first one is the healthcare receiver or the patient. The second one is the healthcare giver or the healthcare professional. The third one will be the technological device involved. And the fourth one will be the service the technological device is going to provide. Now, based on this very simple introduction, certainly, the allure of telemedicine's shiny promise cannot be denied. However, While acknowledging its potential to revolutionize mental health care, I stand to emphasize the need for a cautious approach, the negatives, the cons, which can certainly not be avoided. Foremost, the chair of the house, and please, there's supposed to be a picture here, but I don't know what's happening. Foremost, the chair of the house, in telemedicine and technology, you can only see the face of the individual. But in the second picture, which will be in our slide, you realize that you can only see the face of the individual. But in the second picture, which shows a very broader spectrum of the patient, you realize that there are so many potentially hidden aspects where you cannot pick from a video consultation session. Now, that's the catch in telemedicine and technology. Telemedicine cannot, on its own, provide the aim of psychiatry to provide a very biopsychosocial approach. It may serve well in the psychotherapy aspect of it, but certainly it may conveniently ignore the biological and social aspects of the matter. Sir William Osler once famously stated, and I quote, "Observe, record, tabulate, communicate, use your 5 senses, learn to see, learn to hear, learn to feel, and learn to smell. And above all, know that by practice you can become an expert." He emphasized the need for doctors to thoroughly use all their 5 senses in assessing a patient. Now let's come to the parameters we mentioned. We'll start with the technological device and the service it provides. A history can well enough be taken over a video consultation session, and physical examination as far as inspection can be achieved. But what about palpation, or percussion, or auscultation? The probability just dwindles. Again, we take the patient and the healthcare provider, which are the other 2 parameters. How does the healthcare professional effectively carry out a thorough mental state examination of the patient over a video call? Certainly, certain non-verbal cues and body languages may certainly be missed. Needless to say, Madam Chairperson, without a very thorough mental and physical examination of the patient, the chances of misdiagnosis may just increase, and the patient treatment and recovery will not be achieved. Furthermore, Madam Chairperson, telemedicine and technology is expensive. Again, our 4 parameters. We'll start with the technological device. A very basic technological device to enroll on a telemedicine platform is simply a mobile phone, usually a smart one. But the problem comes when we come to the second parameter. Who is the patient or the healthcare receiver? Let's come home. A news report from the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation tells us that a wholesome 5 million of Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen, they simply do not have smartphones. This was a survey conducted by the Ghana Statistical Service and reported by the CEO of the Ghana Statistical Service in just May 2023. The question is very simple. How can these people who cannot afford the very basic tool for telemedicine and technology benefit from the service? Again, we go to the service being provided in a healthcare professional. Let's assume a very benevolent organization decides to give all these 5 million people phones. The next question is going to be, how are they going to buy data or airtime for every session that they must enroll on? In a country like Ghana, where data bundles are so expensive and the connection unstable, I'm afraid these 5 million people may not be able to afford the advent of telemedicine and technology. In fact, trust me, there are places here in Ghana where to watch a 1-minute video, you need to wait for 2 minutes. Next is data privacy concerns. Now raise your hand if you've ever consulted Google or Siri before seeing a real doctor. So you see, Chairman, a news report from an international news site tells us that 2.4 million people had their data breached from a telemedicine vendor in Mexico. Need I say much? Once again, our parameters. This will dwell more on the patient and the technological device. Now imagine if, as a patient, your search history or every intricate detail you discussed with the psychiatrist over a telemedicine platform was laid bare for all to see, which is the fate of these 2.4 million people we are talking about. Confidentiality is very fundamental in therapy, and the use of technology undoubtedly poses the risk of data breaches and privacy intrusions. Telemedicine relies primarily on technology and the sharing of sensitive information over digital platforms. This data can accidentally be exposed or land in the wrong hands, creating an avenue for the prying eyes of stigmatization, the very thing we talk about when we mention mental illnesses. Also, these patients' data may be accessed by hackers and held at ransom. All of these affects the quality of mental health care. In fact, Madam Chairperson, on the part of the patient, it becomes another mental disturbance on top of the already existing mental illness. Again, one may argue that telemedicine and technology is accessible. Granted, I very much agree. But is it equi-accessible? Let me show you what equi-accessibility looks like. The sheets you have with you are snipers of a scholarship opportunity. Sincerely, how many of you can read what you have? And how many of you cannot? So many of you. So you see, even though all of you have access to the scholarship opportunity, the very problem of not having the proficiency in the language in which it is printed in makes it not equally accessible to you. That's pretty much what equi-accessibility looks like. Similarly, Mr. Chairman, the commodities for telemedicine and technology may be available, but various setbacks, such as simply not being able to manipulate a mobile phone or a laptop, makes their availability unequal. In essence, the chair of the House, the patient who is parameter 1 will not be able to or cannot manipulate the technological device, which is parameter 2. How then can the patient have access to parameter 3, which is the service the device seeks to provide, let alone get to reach the health professional, who is obviously parameter what? Thank you. Also, the chair, telemedicine assumes that electricity is available. But I tell you, in an era of load shedding, 1 minute, you may be talking to your virtual doctor on the screen. And the next, you'll be looking at your screens, shouting echoes of, oh, ECG agent light. Oh. Imagine talking to your virtual doctor in this darkness. Now that's an electrifying experience. Mr. Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, in essence, I have essentially broken down the nuggets of the subject matter by defining telemedicine, technology, mental health, and appropriateness. I also emphatically stated the main parameters for a proficient analysis of the course of telemedicine and technology. Also, in traversing the realm of telemedicine and technology in healthcare, my scrutiny has earnestly highlighted the shadows cast by the potential drawbacks. But, Madam Chairperson, in reflection upon the drawbacks outlined concerning the subject matter, the question arises: are these limitations weighty enough to condemn telemedicine and technology into oblivion? Are they? Kindly stay with us. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was great, Speaker 1. Now let's quickly get Speaker 2. Which school is that? Okay. Family health. Family health.
We, the people of this small yet very interesting country, who have been gifted knowledge and technology appropriate for our time, do indeed share past, we share present, we share future. Our ability to combine the wisdom of the ages by the norms of the status quo and the ideals of our future will determine the brightness or dimness of our light against adversity, but it will also serve as a bedrock in which the advancement of our nation is built. Madam Chairperson, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, distinguished guests, co-debaters, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. The appropriateness of telemedicine and technology in mental health care delivery. 3 words: appropriateness, telemedicine, mental health. The first 2 are pretty easy to understand. Oxford Advanced Dictionary defines appropriate as suitable or proper under a given circumstances. See, telemedicine, on the other hand, is simply using technology to provide health care over a distance. But we all know and understand this. The problem lies mainly in the third phrase, mental health. Why? There seems to be an error running through the speech I've heard so far. The proponents of the motion on confusing mental health with medicine is general, but the motion is very specific. The motion speaks about mental health in particular, not medicine in general. Does telemedicine have a place in the medical field? Yes. Can it be used in mental health care delivery? Yes, if possible. If my ears were large enough, and I jumped off a 5-story building and I flapped them hard enough, it's also possible that I could fly. But it does not mean it is a good idea, even though it's possible. The sheer number of things that are possible in this world. Madam Chairperson, the motion specifically asks if it's appropriate, not possible, but appropriate. Now, my opponents will most likely bring up issues of accessibility in favor of the motion. Telemedicine makes mental health care more accessible, but this entire assessment is based on a lot of assumptions. How are you sure that the average person suffering with mental health issues has access to a smartphone? What makes you certain that a person suffering with mental health can combine paying for healthcare and having to buy data? Let's take this scenario into consideration. A psychiatrist interacts with a patient having a manic episode, right? It might even take it takes about 40 minutes to take down the history of a patient. It might even take more depending on the severity of the condition. Take the patient in a manic state. 1, they are easily distracted. 2, they have racing thoughts. 3, they have high energy. Then, mentally ill patients need all the time and attention possible. It will take quite a while for the psychiatrist to put together the history of such a person. Let's make a rough estimate. A call lasting about 40 minutes will take about 400 megabytes of data for MTN. For a 2 or 3 hour session, it will take roughly about 6 megabytes. Guys, come on, the rate at which we waste or use data is becoming alarming. You can watch a video for about 30 minutes, then before you know it, your 6 gigabytes of data is gone. We all know that data is not as accessible as it used to be. Now, but notwithstanding, most of us can testify also that the average network in Ghana has connectivity issues. Vodafone, MTN. Sometimes when you use it, you can't even hear what the other person is saying. All these issues are also there. Imagine having a conversation and half of the time you have to shout to get your point across. It is quite frustrating. And then it does not establish good rapport between the doctor and the patient. Again, there is the issue of convenience, that it saves time, that it prevents the individual from going to a mental health facility. But our argument here is simple. One of the major concerns in the field of mental health delivery is stigmatization associated with going to a mental health facility. Encouraging people to stay at home by providing alternatives validates the idea that people who go to mental health facilities are psycho and should not possibly interact with people because of how dangerous they could be. What are we trying to do? We should reduce that stigma. We should not enforce it. Again, there is the argument that embracing telemedicine and technology in the field of mental health care is progressive. But we all know the true motivation behind this point. It is not being progressive. It is rather the fear of being called retrogressive, archaic, not up with the times. It risks the question of integrity and honesty. For instance, let's take a doctor who is practicing psychoanalysis on an individual. See, in psychoanalysis, the person's childhood experiences is used to gain insight on their current mental state, right? How can you do this over the phone? Because psychoanalysis takes a lot. It takes quite a lot. And in spite of the clear repercussions and being open-minded, rather than taking into consideration what is best for the client, people look to being seen as up with the times, or being seen as tech savvy, or being seen as people who want to be in line with what society is doing right now. It shows lack of integrity, and it should not be encouraged. Moving on, Madam Chairperson, I could bore you with statistics. I could also go on and on as to why mental health is important in the current state of psychiatric medicine, but that is not the point. That will not be the argument here today. In fact, the importance of mental health is not even up for debate. I will not bore you with unnecessary information. I will go straight to the point. We have 4 key points which explain clearly our stance more in favor of the cons of the topic. First of all, developing therapeutic relationships. For example, most of us have had strict guardians, yes? And most of us, especially in senior high school, did not have the freedoms we have now. We all have, or even if you wouldn't admit it, you know someone who dated someone online. How is that relationship going now? Are they still in touch? Or if such an inconsequential relationship couldn't withstand distance, what makes you possibly think that this very delicate and important relationship could stand? Secondly, mental status examination. It has 6 parts: appearance, behavior, motor activity, speech, mood, and affect. It is impossible to accurately judge these components from behind a screen, which is why, for example, a person's movement from shoulders up, even as a person's movement as they walk into the consulting room, influences the probable diagnosis that the physician can give. Their gait, everything about them. And then, I don't know if you saw this one advert during COVID where the man was sitting there, he was having a meeting, and he ended up getting up, then you saw he was in his boxer shorts. See, telemedicine simply sometimes doesn't encourage seriousness. Again, breach of confidentiality. It is also a major point in delivery of mental health care. In as much as online phone calls and texts are said to be end-to-end encrypted, we've seen so many instances where people's information has been leaked, especially high-profile people. Last but not the least, the role of drugs and medication in mental health care. Why is this important? Most drugs used in the management of mental conditions are those dependent on the severity of the conditions. How exactly is the doctor supposed to give a prescription to such a patient? I don't think if you sent a screenshot of the prescription, the pharmacy would accept it. What do you think? Some things are best done in person. And it makes it exceedingly difficult to determine whether a patient is improving and how to properly manage it. Madam Chairperson, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, distinguished guests, co-debaters, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, the facts are clear. The truth is as clear as day. And let no man say he was not informed, and therefore refuse to make a decision. For I am a proud humanitarian, and due to my immense love for humanity, I cannot sit down and watch my opponents lead us down the road of frankly just plain ignorance, which has the potential to one day affect everyone here. Hence, I humbly implore all present, yes, my opponents inclusive, to rally behind my team and I as we stand in favor of the cons of the motion, which seeks to remind us that technology has its limits and sometimes the human touch is necessary. I, Irene Ajimai Jimbibi, rest my case. Thank you.
So the first so which school is that? First speaker. So thank you very much, our second speaker. And our third speaker, Accra College of Medicine. Right. So our speaker for Accra College of Medicine. Okay, all right.
quality assurance purposes, your call will be recorded. For English language, press 1. So that I can't kasa, Mary, tell what you will be done, anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, that shows the beginning of a telecommunications conversation, and that is what we're here to have. Now, mental health has been a conversation we've been discussing since the beginning of this program. We've seen so many people take different stances on how we'd go about introducing or using telecommunications in an appropriate method when it comes to mental health provision. And I'm here to challenge your thinking. Now, the progression of mental health can be taken from my grandfather's time. And I'd ask you a question. How many of you think your grandfather was walking around shouting, "I'm depressed, things are hard, there's no money in the system, what am I going to do? What will my children eat?" And were complaining to their wives and were being listened to? How many of your fathers can complain to you like this? How many of you dare to go and tell your mother, "Mommy, I'm depressed," and they don't drag you to some prayer camp this weekend? Medical school, 1 week you won't go. You will be in prayer camp from Monday to Friday. And that's what I'm here to challenge you to think, that what can we do to mitigate these issues? We are here and we've posed all the pros and cons, and I'll discuss some of these today, but I ask you, do you think this is something we can do away with completely? Now think about it. Let's look at where we are now. So from the advent of the creation of the telephone back in 1973, all the way to our blessing in disguise, COVID-19. COVID-19 came to make us challenge the conventions that we had, like the face-to-face consultation that we see on my left. And I'd ask you, we lost lives, we lost friends and family during COVID-19, but didn't it make certain things change? Didn't it force innovation in certain industries? And that's what telecommunications and telemedicine is. It's an innovation. We saw a gap in the industry when you look at things like our inability to access patients because of social distancing. We saw patients suffering with anxiety, depression, stress, because we are locked in and we can't do anything about it. You can't go out, you can't have fun, you can't interact with people. So what do? We created a solution. We created telemedicine. We looked at our workforce and said, there's less than 40 psychiatrists in Ghana practicing right now, in a population of over 30 million people. If I gave you 1.7 million patients to clerk and take history for right now, how many of you could do it? But we expected our psychiatrists to do so. We expect them to take care, for each psychiatrist to take care of 1.7 million patients across this country and do so appropriately. And we ask ourselves why mental health is suffering. So I ask you today, what could be our new normal? Telemedicine. Telemedicine allows digitization to give us a solution to this issue by allowing us to train people to become mental health emergency consultants, people who can take patients at the beginnings, the same way we do in hospitals when we come to triaging. Right? We are able to differentiate patients who need urgent care and high-level care from those who need the assistance that can be provided by a house officer, a nurse, or an assistant. So telemedicine allows us to do this digitally, allows the patient all the way in Navrongo to be able to access care provided by a doctor who's here at Ridge Hospital without making the trip. Let's go all the way to the Upper East region. How many of our highly trained, highly paid, and very successful psychiatrists do you think left their East Legon $10 million houses and moved to Upper East to say they are going to treat patients? If it was you, would you go and do it? Oh, I pray for you. So, back to our topic. I'd ask us to say, we can't force our trained personnel to move around to be able to treat all our patients. So then we have to come up with a solution for them. They are ready to care for patients. Our doctors are very ready to do so. And that's why we touch on some of these pros and cons. We need to look at what they can do or what we can do to make our psychiatrists, psychologists, and nurses' lives easier to give care to patients. So let's look at one of the first pros, accessibility. Right? Telemedicine allows us to make care accessible to people in these distant areas. Without having to take up the cost of traveling all the time, they're able to call into centers, suicide hotlines, and even text messaging. You can schedule a Zoom session with your doctor all the way here in Accra without incurring cost to them or yourself. Now we look at the cost benefit. So it's capable of reducing the overall cost of care. Why? It minimizes our need to travel back and forth, and it enables professionals to give care from any convenient location. Then I will challenge your mind again and say stigma. Now the stigma we've been battling has now become a benefit. And don't get lost. Understand this, that stigma was stopping people from getting care because of what? You don't want to be seen going to Pantime. Because, hey, my classmates, we were about them. Don't go and befriend him too much. Oh. You don't know what's happening to him. But look at things now. I can sit in the comfort of my home and call my therapist and have all the care that I would get from a therapy session in the hospital without ever leaving my bedroom. You don't need to know. You are sitting by someone today. If I told you the person was on psychosis medication right now and could have a fit at any moment, would you get up off your seat and run? No, you couldn't, because you don't know. But this person is getting all the care they need so that episodes like this do not happen. And these people were previously not getting care, not because they did not know their situations, but because the stigma prevented them from getting care the way we provided it. So we've opened the door for people to get care anywhere in the world. Now, lastly, we look at continuity of care. Continuity of care means we can constantly monitor these patients connecting telemedicine to wearable technology, taking up data storage from anywhere in the world again. Now, if you're talking about data storage, my opponents will talk about how these data could be hacked and so on and so forth. But honestly, our paper and pen system, if the paper gets lost, if the paper gets bent, we lose the data anyway, right? So should we stop taking records? So we try and we do our best to secure this information in the first place. Now, doesn't mean it doesn't come without its disadvantages. And let's look at a few. Quality of care concerns. So we know that face-to-face sessions are amazing. Right? You sit by your doctor, you get held, you get catered for, you get cared for. They tell you everything is going to be okay. But what happens when a patient starts screaming? What happens when a patient begins to shout, scream, throw their hands, or has a seizure on a telemedicine call? What are you going to do? And I ask this to our esteemed guests. You are psychiatrists of the highest order. What would you do when a patient has a seizure on a call? Now, when we look at the security and confidentiality they spoke about, I think we're limiting it to just data breaches and so on that data protection services exist purposely for. So a solution does exist. It's not perfect, but it does. However, the doctor-patient relationship is also another issue we look at. Doctors already receive unreliable information from patients in person. Now, a patient is on the phone, an abused patient, and she's talking to you about her issue, and all of a sudden her tone changes. Her abuser walked into the room. Her husband is sitting there. Our ladies here, if you were complaining about your husband even insulting you to your friend, and he walked into the room, what do? Okay, so now you are receiving the top quality care on a telecommunications call, and then this happens. The man who's beating you every day walks into the room and asks you, what do? You change your tone, you start re-explaining yourself. Now your physician is confused. They can't provide you the top level care that you require, and then they are hampered in providing the care that they intended to provide in the first place. And then we ask the question, who gives the best care? So lastly, technological barriers, which is our biggest issue. A lot of areas don't even have the connectivity to get on the call in the first place, right? Grandma is on her phone. She doesn't even know how to use her phone to make the call, to see auntie or her daughter Vida or her son Kweku in the village to come back home to cook food for her. And you're telling her she should call a doctor, schedule a Zoom session, and have a meeting. How is that going to happen? Kofi, Kweku, Beboameo. Then when Kofi is not there, mommy can't get her aid. Or my brother here who can't even get connection on his phone to call you in the first place. Then he stopped taking his medication, he falls down one day and dies, and we are blaming our doctors. So lastly, I'd basically just like to ask yourself the question. Telecommunications has many benefits and many disadvantages, but what would you do in these situations? How best can we make alterations to these things to change it and make it better for our patients? And that is the question we should be discussing here, not attacking our opponent or asking questions of who presents the best. Thank you and stay blessed.
Okay, University of Ghana. Thank you. University of Ghana. Get ready and be coming. University of Ghana. University of Ghana. Okay. Okay, so University of Ghana, please get ready. No, this one doesn't matter, so we just want to gain time.
The demand for mental health care has recently become prevalent. Following the fast-paced sociocultural reforms, humans have followed still behind, but for the groundbreaking advancements technology has offered us. Our understanding of mental health care has been profoundly reshaped in this era of rapid technological advancements, offering innovative solutions to antiquated challenges. However, as with any groundbreaking innovation, telemedicine has merited and demerited society in a number of ways. The intricacies of this conundrum I will delve into. Madam Chairperson, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, co-debaters, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am most esteemed to stand before you today to deliver a submission on a rather important contention. Mr. Chairperson, before I delve into what is essentially the contention before the House, I believe the denotation of some words must be revised. Per the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary, something is defined as appropriate if it is suitable or proper in the circumstance. Per the same reference text, telemedicine is defined as the remote diagnosis and treatment of patients using telecommunications technology. Technology, on the other hand, refers to the machinery and equipment which are developed as a result of the application of scientific knowledge. And finally, according to the World Health Organization, mental health is defined as a state of mental well-being, which first of all enables an individual to cope with the stresses of life, to realize their abilities, to learn well, work well, and contribute to their community. Now, simulating this into the context of our debate, our motion begs the question whether using remote medical consultations through telecommunications technology is a suitable approach for delivering mental health care. Ladies and gentlemen, I go by the name Clarkson Dukwe Champon, the principal speaker for the University of Ghana Medical School, and I am most privileged to stand before you today to deliver a submission. Telemedicine, a term encompassing remote healthcare services facilitated by telecommunications technology, has ushered us into a transformative reality by making mental health services easily accessible by just a click, where individuals can access the support they need with the convenience of their smartphones or laptops. Telecommunications technology has ushered us into a transformative reality by, best of all, breaking the apathy barrier associated with mental health care access and brought with it an unparalleled level of convenience. These two crowning achievements of telemedicine I will delve into. First and foremost, convenience. The convenience associated with telemedicine is unrivaled. This is particularly accurate for individuals who are fraught with responsibilities and time constraints. For most people, their busy schedules and limited economic freedom does not afford them the luxury of time to be able to thoroughly research available centers for mental health care assistance or to navigate the bureaucratic processes required to schedule an appointment with a mental health counselor. Moreover, in our setting, where there's a perceived stigma associated with mental health care access, especially visiting a mental health care facility, most people feel more comfortable seeking mental health care remotely. These findings only go to ascertain the reason for the low patronage of the guidance and counseling units in our schools. Most students are unaware of the procedures required to schedule an appointment with a mental health counselor. And the few who are aware often quiver at the thoughts of what their colleagues will think of them if they are found out. With the inception of telemedicine, this target population can leverage technology to receive remote healthcare services. Secondly, the accessibility afforded to us by telemedicine is revolutionary, and here is why. Telemedicine made mental health care accessible during the pandemic. After the imposition of restrictions on in-person care, and across all platforms and all domains of all institutions, telemedicine represented us with an opportunity to receive mental health care access. Apps like Zoom, Google Meet, and other social media apps became a lifeline. And I'm sure we can all attest to this fact. During our COVID period, when we were at home, having lectures at home, seeing people at home, when nose masks were so expensive, a University of Alabama study found that telemedicine has been embraced by many individuals, and this has potentially prevented the disruption of therapy sessions. Given the high prevalence of postpartum depression in women, therapists made it and took it upon themselves. They made a deliberate effort to uncover the efficacy of telemedicine in treating this target population. Here's what they found out. There was a 62% increase in the in mental health care outcome among women who received care through telemedicine. Please, what does this teach us? First of all, if humans are good at anything, and I mean anything for that matter, it is adapting. And two, telemedicine has overcome the barrier of indifference associated with mental health care. Madam Chairperson, as rosy and promising as telemedicine may seem, it poses us with a couple of challenges which we can't turn a blind eye to. The dire of these is a lack of personal connection and the issues associated with technological glitches. I will delve into this shortly. The first one, to begin with, the lack of personal connection. The crux of adequate mental health care remains establishing trust, empathy, and a profound sense of safety. However, these vital elements can prove elusive through a screen, where certain nuances of tone, facial expressions, or body languages may be lost in translation. The lack of the familiar face-to-face interaction to foster that friendly atmosphere, to build the trust between the patient and their therapist, is a huge hurdle. Diagnosing mental health illnesses depends largely on the patient's ability to rely completely on the respectability of their therapists without feeling reticent to divulge any information. This is what constitutes the patient's health safety. Patient's health safety, as a matter of fact, patient safety is an imperative and ethical domain which is clearly stated in the patient healthcare principle, and this was explicitly stated in the first ever mental health care charter launched by the WHO in September this year. I could understand. See, it's just normal that people can only build this kind of relationship with their therapist in person, and that is absolutely normal. But that is what contributes the fact that telemedicine is not a panacea. Unfortunately, individuals grappling with severe mental health illnesses and those at risk of self-harm may find the lack of in-person care and immediate crisis intervention unsettling. It is not uncommon for people to relapse and attempt to take their own lives, even when undergoing therapy, and that is a risk we can't afford to be careless about. As we traverse the labyrinth of telemedicine and technology in mental health care, we find ourselves at a juncture where innovation meets tradition. Telemedicine, with its accessibility and convenience, has the power to democratize mental health care, reaching corners of society which were previously beyond its grasp. The cons, however, reminds us of the irreplaceable value of in-person care, the warmth of human connection, the reassurance of immediate crisis intervention, and the subtle nuances of non-verbal communication remain unmatched. The path forward is clear if you ask me. It's not a matter of either or, but rather both end. A hybrid model which embraces remote and in-person care should be employed to ensure telemedicine's appropriateness to all clients. The subtle nuances we keep mentioning are very imperative. It embraces innovation while honoring the sanctity of human connection. So as we traverse this labyrinth of telemedicine and technology, and as we enter this brave new world of telemedicine and technology in mental health care, let us do so with the wisdom to recognize that while telemedicine and technology is an ally, that human touch remains a cornerstone of all healing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, University of Ghana. Thank you, thank you, thank you. UCC, University of Cape Coast. University of Cape Coast. UCC.
Imagine a world where there is no such thing as digital technology. With no digital technology, one is forced to walk up to the person closest to you to ask for help, or use the snail mail. So I write the letter with the hopes that the STC bus carrying the Ghana Post mail from Accra to Zabzugu would arrive in time for the postmaster who's been standing at the bus station to pick up the letters and place them in the various post boxes. I then had to wait an additional 2 or so days for a reply. Alternatively, if I were in another country, I had to hope that my letter goes by airmail and not by the steamer. If what I needed was quick access to healthcare, then I was probably doomed to die if there were no healthcare facilities near me. What I just did was to provide you a glimpse into how our forefathers lived. Madam Chair, invited guests, fellow presenters, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Eugenia Elikem Lawe, a fifth-year student representing the University of Cape Coast School of Medical Sciences. I would like to crave your indulgence on a subject I believe is of much importance to all of us seated here, which is the appropriateness of telemedicine and technology in the delivery of mental health care. So my presentation will entail a brief overview of telemedicine and its use in Ghana, as well as the pros that have resulted from its use. Permit me to introduce to you a term coined by Thomas Baird in the 1970s, known as telemedicine. The World Health Organization has defined telemedicine as the provision of healthcare by healthcare professionals with distance as a critical factor and using information and communication technologies for the purpose of diagnosing, treating, and preventing diseases, as well as for research and education purposes. Another term worth noting is mental health, which is a state of mental well-being that enables people cope with the stresses of life, according to the World Health Organization. Now, at the 58th World Health Assembly held in 2005, it was agreed that all member states were to come up with long-term strategic plans for the development of e-health in their respective regions. Since then, telemedicine has seen to grow in so many places worldwide. We can talk about the United States, Europe, Canada, and even here in Africa. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic further increased the need for telehealth in the entire world. Two broad categories of telemedicine exist. We have the real-time or synchronous telemedicine and the store and forward or asynchronous type of telemedicine. Thanks to the real-time method of telemedicine, I can, with the help of my mobile phone, place a call to my therapist on the morning of my finals Part 1 pedics OSCE paper to share with him how anxious I feel about the upcoming exam. Again, Kofi Bedu, who is a national service personnel who has just been openly rejected by his girlfriend, can make use of the asynchronous method of telemedicine, where he shares with his friend who happens to be a counselor how exactly he's feeling about his situation. Really, telemedicine has really made a lot of strides. Now, in Ghana, mention can be made of the Vodafone Health Line, where people all over the country are able to have health education and information. Mention can also be made of the Zomujo app, which was recently piloted by the Zomujo Mental Health Foundation, where the peer counselors are supposed to provide mental health care to the people who seek them. Really, it's still under piloting. Now, worthy of mention is the Mental Health Authority's toll-free helpline, which has been instituted to help people suffering from psychosocial difficulties. Let me tell you a little story. In times when telegraphy was used as a method of communicating in Ghana, it is said that a certain man who had traveled at the time his pregnant wife needed urgent medical attention was sent the following message. Seriously, Kwesimintim, hospital or wife? What does this one also mean? Really, this is because in the times when telegraphy was used, you had to pay for every word you sent via that means. And so people tried to reduce drastically the number of words they use in their sentences as long as they can send the message they wanted to send. The concern, definitely, it means that since then, the mobile phone coverage in Ghana has drastically increased. As such, most people in Ghana still have access to mobile phone. It means that it is definitely possible to make use of telemedicine in mental health delivery in Ghana. The concerns that many people have about the ability of telemedicine to properly take care of mental health issues can best be addressed by taking a casual look at the pros that have resulted from its use. First of all, the advantage telemedicine provides in mental health care delivery is convenient. Individuals can now schedule appointments with their mental health care givers in their homes for a time that is suitable for them. This flexibility helps a depressed opinion Asebo Amenfi, who is unable to walk due to his old age, and a suicidal Antiaba, who recently lost her husband and has been left to fend for her 5 children. Now, the convenience telemedicine brings enables the healthcare providers and the patients to be able to still access medical care, mental health care, as long as they can get hold of a mobile device. Secondly, telemedicine provides the advantage of accessibility. Through telemedicine in mental health care in mental health care production or provision, individuals we are able to surmount geographical barriers. As such, in a community where there are no CHIPS compounds, no healthcare facilities, or even counseling centers, people can still make use of mental health care as long as I can get hold of a mobile phone, whether it's a smartphone or a YAM. Again, telemedicine helps us reduce drastically the stigma that comes with the traditional face-to-face method of mental health care service. This enables the vice chancellor of a university or the wife of the chair of the Christian council to be able to still get access to mental health care in the comforts of their homes and away from the prying eyes of gossips. Furthermore, I dare say that the quality of care that is produced when telemedicine is used is not inferior to the quality of care that is produced with the face-to-face method of mental health care delivery. This is because the providers of this mental health care have already been certified and licensed by the governing bodies of their professions. As such, whether they are providing it remotely or in person, they still know their job. They still have the necessary experience, they still have the necessary skills and the training they need to be able to provide the services that they do. Again, I want to say that telemedicine in our population helps us all get access to education on mental health care issues. We can make mention of telemedicine-focused media like the Vodafone Healthline that helps people all over the nation to be able to get access to mental health education. Now, to the service providers, they are also not left out in the issue of telemedicine and the benefits it brings. The mental health care providers can now be able to have knowledge exchange and professional development through telemedicine. So they can organize webinars where they get to share their experiences and share how they can develop in their professions. This also helps them to be able to stay abreast with the new or the latest telemedicine methods that pertain to the profession which they do. Finally, telemedicine helps mental health that brawls between his aggressive inmates. There's also the drastic reduction in the share or spread of infections that come from face-to-face delivery of healthcare or mental health care. In conclusion, the Latin aphorism, ki mutum datum kisom mutum expertatum, which means to whom much is given, much is expected, beckons us to acknowledge the reciprocal opportunities that the world brings us. In a world of telemedicine where there is abundance of information or remote access to mental health care, it behoves on us to make the most of these opportunities in order to benefit the most from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, UHAS, get ready to come. UHAS. University of Health and Allied Sciences. Great. I'm sure they'll work on it. Show it. Point it. Thank you.
Over the past few decades, society has seen a remarkable transformation in the way we live, work, and interact with one another. From the advent of the internet to the proliferation of smartphones and artificial intelligence, technology has revolutionized various aspects of our society, including the industrialization, automation, and how we have globalized. Yet, the question remains, why is health left out of this remarkable transformation? My name is Don Kwakemi Diskwesi, the principal speaker for the University of Health and Allied Sciences, speaking on the topic appropriateness of telemedicine and technology in mental health care delivery, pros and cons, quotes and unquotes. My speech is just going to give you 3 solid things. First, I'm going to interrogate the structural reasons as to why people don't have access to care in status quo. Secondly, I'm going to specifically explain to you what telemedicine is and how we can harvest the pros. And lastly, I'm going to engage you on the cons because that is what is going to break the deadlock in this debate. Before we move on, let's watch a short video from the MBCHB 2025 of UHAS. So this is Osei. This is Osei's mom. Osei is depicting features that we all know what it indicates, right? Oh, all right. That's Osei's uncle. Osei, you need help. You need help. Let me carry you. Where did they end up? Nana Petidin Shrine.
Shining bright in your heart. Hey, you are insulting me. And what will catch you? You catch me.
Napeti the aim to me and yet.
Take you away. Take you away.
Someone is speaking to Mrs. Osei. A community health nurse, I presume. Something is happening. We'll understand soon, don't worry. Like Osei, who ended up in Nana Petidin Shrine. The irony of that. Most people do not have access to qualified mental health care professionals. In low and middle income countries, more than 75% of people living with mental disorders receive no treatment. In Ghana, the situation is similarly devastating because out of 10.4% of males, 11.4% of females, all suffering from mental disorders, only 2% of these populations receive psychiatric treatment. This is according to data gathered by WHO's paper entitled Redefining Mental Health Care in Ghana. Why should you care about this? I want to interrogate the structural reasons as to why people don't have access to care. The first is stigmatization. Because stigmatization of mental ill health persists in many societies that has led to individuals feeling ashamed or embarrassed about seeking help. Despite global advances in disability rights, stigma towards individuals diagnosed with mental disorders is still common across the African continent. In Ghana, research by Berko and Nyako has shown that one of the main roots of stigmatization is the belief that mental disorders are caused by spiritual forces or a punishment for parents' misdeeds. As a result, if you are unlucky to suffer from any of this, you are going to be maltreated, mocked, and even denied access to your own homes. This fear of judgment deters people from seeking help or reaching out to mental health professionals because you fear a friend, a neighbor, or a relative might see you in the process. The second reason is in terms of access. Mental health care resources, including facilities and health professionals, are insufficient and unevenly distributed. In the 1906, 1965, and the 1975, when the Accra Psychiatric Hospital, the Ankafo Psychiatric Hospital, the Pantine Psychiatric Hospital were built respectively, there has since been no state-added psychiatric hospitals. Take a look at the map. These are all found in the southern zone. What about the middle belt? What about the northern zone? It is a question we need to ask ourselves. Lastly, it's in terms of cost. Mental health care can be prohibitively expensive, especially in countries without comprehensive health care coverage system. Even in Ghana with insurance, high deductibles, co-pays, and limited coverage of mental health care services reduce the ability for people to get care. Furthermore, even when care is made available, the lack of transportation options and the high cost of care to travel from Aflao all the way to Ho just to see Dr. Dodoe in of itself discourages people from seeking help in a broken system. Why should you care about this? These issues are worth prioritizing because as a nation without access to mental health care, individuals with mental disorders often suffer silently, experience a prolongation and worsening of symptoms, and an overall decrease in the quality of life. Come down with pneumonia and your mom will gladly send you to the nearest health center, but there declare depression and pastors will cast demons out of you. There are also significant economic losses to the individual, you, their employers, and the nation as a whole. According to the Ghana Sumedi Jumedie in 2022, it was estimated that nearly 7% of Ghana's GDP was lost due to psychological distress, Chairperson 4% lost due to malaria, which we consider the ultimate canker. Such compelling statistics underscore the urgent need for an action to be taken. It is therefore imperative to adopt a new strategy that has the ability to alleviate the existing disparities when it comes to mental health care. How do we solve this? Telemedicine. Are you prepared for telesurgery, for teleradiology? Medical news today defines telemedicine as a term that covers the use of technology to deliver clinical care at a distance. It has become increasingly popular and relevant, especially in situations where there's limited access to physical care and in times of crisis. So applications like e-health, telepathology, and mobile health have been utilized by advanced countries in providing care for their patients because it has remarkable cons that I'm going to talk about, which Kofi will further analyze. I have termed it the calm version of this particular debate. First, it's on convenience, because from the comfort of your homes, it allows you to access care remotely. A is from access. You need a computer, a smartphone, a tablet. You access a system. At West, a USSD toll-free code works. And then the M for monitoring systems, remote monitoring evaluating system for physicians and for their patients without having to travel. The CAM version says it all. But whilst telemedicine technology has remarkable advancement to the field of mental health care, it is essential to recognize that their widespread adoption also comes with a few potential drawbacks, which we have termed the PID. First, the first P, which is for privacy and security. Telemedicine and technology poses significant privacy concerns, especially in mental health where confidentiality is paramount. Hackers and unauthorized individuals could potentially gain access to sensitive patient information, undermining the trust between patients and their physicians. Some patients, including you here, may hesitate to share your deepest concerns and emotions over digital platforms due to fears of data breaches and unauthorized disclosures. I, for impersonal care and lack of empathy. Because the essence of effective mental health care lies within human connection, empathy, and non-verbal cues that are often lost in virtual interactions. So whilst telemedicine technology can facilitate remote communications, it can often lead to a sense of emotional detachment between patients and their physicians. The lack of physical presence may further hinder the establishment of trust and hinder the therapeutic alliance that is vital for patient-doctor relationship. E, for ethics and autonomy. The use of AI-driven technology poses significant ethical questions regarding the extent to which algorithms and machines should influence treatment decisions. Relying solely on algorithms could undermine the autonomy of mental health professionals and may lead to a one-size-fits-all approach, neglecting the nuanced needs of individual patients. This shift towards algorithmic decision-making could compromise the overall quality and effectiveness of mental health interventions. And of course, D, for digital divide, because telemedicine and technology assume universal access to resources and stable internet connectivity. This is usually not the case for lots of Ghanaians living in underserved or rural areas. This exacerbates existing disparities, as often marginalized populations may lack the needed resources to engage on this digital platform. This digital divide further isolates vulnerable populations, depriving them of crucial mental health care support. The chair, panel, ladies and gentlemen, why should you care about this? Recognizing all this, it is essential to approach the use of this technology with a system that has the ability to mitigate the cons, being effective in all aspects of mental health care delivery. And that is where we are here. In our second speech, we'll take you back to the video. Remember, a phone call was made to Osei's mom, right? What was said? How did Osei's revolution towards mental sanity start from? In our second speech, we introduce you to the Adrimpa model, which is innovative, multifaceted, and with 5 key components. Enye kasa, enye dede, eye kasa. That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. UDS, get ready to come. University of Development Studies, UDS. Thank you. UDS. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. You started timing?
Just get over it. It's been a year already since your father died, Aisha. They see. Just me, if I could, I would. Living day by day, feeling worthless. But having feelings of dismay is not the path I would have chosen for myself, my friends. I no longer find pleasure when Zoe put you to gladden my heart. I cannot even concentrate with who anymore. I alone, with my outcast state, and look upon myself and curse my fate. Because sickness is in your mind. Go and see the brain doctor, please see. As I asked around it, the brain doctor is miles away in Tabali, and I live in Salaka. I am fatherless. I do not have money. I do not have a vehicle too. So, how do I save myself? Oh yeah, hide my feet. What about you people gathered here today? Have you found an automation for me? I implore you, do
Sad, isn't it? Aisha is pleading for innovation, and we believe it is the use of telemedicine and technology in mental health delivery. The chair, panel of judges, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Miss Marian J.P. Gabra. I'm a 5th-year medical student, and I'm the first speaker for University for Development Studies, School of Medicine. I stand here to discuss the appropriateness of telemedicine and technology in mental health delivery, pros and cons. First off, what is telemedicine? Telemedicine is using technology to provide healthcare services over a distance. It can be used for the diagnosis, treatment, prevention, research, evaluation, and education of health problems. There are 2 forms. 1, the synchronous telemedicine, which includes any video call or live chat software that enables the provider and client to communicate in real time or live. Example is the use of the Zoom meeting. 2, the asynchronous telemedicine, where client sends information to the provider who reviews them at later times. So example is the use of the text messaging system. There are multiple modalities for telemedicine. However, a technological device is used in all of them. Hence, technology is a key factor for telemedicine. I'm going to extensively go through 5 pros of telemedicine today and convince us of why this innovation will impact our mental health system positively despite its drawbacks. First off, let's talk about the burden of mental health problems in Ghana. So the Mental Health Act, Act 846, was passed in 2012 to facilitate the access to treatment and the coordination of mental health services. Notwithstanding, mental health in Ghana continues to pose a challenge. Globally, WHO estimates that 1 in 8 live with a mental health condition, psychological, intellectual, and/or cognitive disability, and most are unable to access mental health care, with 16,000 having severe cases. According to Hardin et al., in 2023, approximately 10% of the 31 million population of Ghanaians live with a mental health condition. Live with a mental health condition, which is psychological, intellectual, and/or cognitive disability. And most are able to access mental health care, with 16,000 having severe cases. There is also the shortage of trained professionals, which compounds the problem. For our population, there are currently 64 psychiatrists, which makes the psychiatrist to client ratio stand at an estimated 0.21 per 100,000 of the population. Not even 1 to the 100,000, no, 0.21. Let us ponder over these huge figures. Do you know issues of mental health, especially among the youth, continue to increase alarmingly, especially since we are in an era where social media is making them prone to the cyberbullying and many more. And so, we, however, believe that these technological devices can be used to curb the problem, especially since we are in an era where technology and smartphones are the norm now. Let's move on to the pros of telemedicine. Then what are the pros of telemedicine and technology? Our first pro is that telemedicine and technology in mental health delivery is appropriate. So for a practice to be appropriate in medicine, it must satisfy the ethics. What are the principal ethics in medicine? 1, autonomy. Patients will have the right to choose between telemental health or the working system. No one will be held at gunpoint to choose telemental health. 2, beneficence, which means that it would improve accessibility, especially to those in remote areas or with mobility challenges. It offers convenience and even reduces travel time. 3, non-maleficence, which emphasizes do no harm. Practicing telemedicine with the recommended guidelines only seeks to bring us safe mental health care. And 4, justice. It will promote equitable access to mental health services, regardless of your location in the country. However, there will be ethical concerns that will arise, especially in countries that do not have guidelines. But it is from these ethics that we affirm that telemedicine and technology in mental health delivery is appropriate. Secondly, telemedicine provides a safer space. It is common for people to avoid seeking help, especially when they face mental health issues like depression, anxiety, and stress. This is often due to the fear that people may be perceived as weak or vulnerable by others. People also worry that they will lose friends if they seek help. There is a stigma. Social stigma like family blame and mockery. Economic stigma like no access to food. Psychological stigma like the loss of self-esteem. These were some of the stigmas reported in a study conducted by P. Iteria et al. In 2015 on the types of stigmas faced by mental health patients and their caregivers in some areas of Ghana. At the extreme point, Rebuttals said that the mentally ill are often chained, beaten, sometimes deprived of food in the name of fasting to exercise them of spiritual attacks. Let me ask, would you want to seek help or open up after witnessing these inhumane treatments? Yes, because I wouldn't. Telemedicine provides that needed safe space in that people can use their devices to utilize the various modalities of telemedicine and get treated without the threat of social withdrawal or the fear of the worst. Thirdly, telemedicine is cost-effective. Thirdly, it will improve accessibility to mental health services as well. Ghana has 3 mental hospitals available with a total of 1,171 beds. There are only 10 community-based psychiatric inpatient units located in some regional and teaching hospitals across the country. This is woefully inadequate, considering a population of 30 million. Through telemedicine and technology, however, we can expand mental health services to places where they are unavailable, provided there is cellular network coverage in that area. How? From statistics, in early 2023, there were 23.5 million internet users, when internet penetration stood at 68.2%. There were a total of 43.88 million cellular mobile connections, and this figure is equivalent to 129.8% of the total population. Note that these figures are even estimated to grow yearly. And so, inferring from these statistics, we can expand mental health services to at least 5 million people out of the 43.88 million cellular mobile connections, thus overcoming geographic limitations in assessing mental health. And so, my friend from Bimbla can access the same mental health services as someone in the capital, Accra. Furthermore, telemedicine is cost-effective. Due to the inadequate mental health facilities, people have to travel miles to access the walking system, which comes at a hefty cost. Do you remember our friend Aisha from the video? She would have to travel all the way from Salaga to the Tamale Teaching Hospital to access care. For some of us that don't know the North so well, Salaga to Tamale is 116 kilometers and more than an hour's journey. She would have to foot her transportation and accommodation, possibly if she cannot return home the same day. Let us even reflect on the unforeseen circumstances that could occur. Through telemedicine and technology, these costs are mitigated because she can use her device to access these same consultations and treatment outcomes as the walking system. Also, health personnel who have to move to peripheral facilities to consult patients on their healthcare services can consult patients in their primary workplace. And so, this is a win-win situation for doctor and patient. More or less last point, lastly, versatility. There are various modalities which will help the patient to choose from whichever choice you want. Online support groups, crisis hotlines, and the use of artificial intelligence, which is one of the most significant technological advancements of our time. It can be used for designs to support and use to make mental health even more accessible. Ladies and gentlemen, I played the good mother. My colleague, however, will play the bad father, and she will give you the cons because you are probably thinking of the shortcomings, however. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Great. So you've gone through a round of 7 speakers. Very insightful, very engaging, very interesting. We will just give ourselves some 5 minutes break for them to work out the ICT component so that we don't have hitches. So just find this. And in between, let me just say that as you move to the second round, the excitement has been very interesting. But let's reduce the excitement slightly so that you'll be able to hear them well and conserve time. So at the end of it all, you can get your excitement to the rooftop. So just my personal plea. So please, 5 minutes and then we get ready with you. We will go through the same procedure. Once we started with that order, you go through the same order. K-USC, Family Health, Accra College of Medicine, University of Ghana, UCC, UHAS, UDS. So K-USC, get ready to be coming. In the meantime, judges will be getting ready for your questions when they're through, and you will have the opportunity for the audience to speak, to ask a few questions, 2 or 3. But don't leave the room, otherwise the next phase will not be as exciting as the first phase. Okay, so are you ready, Caleb? Sorry?
Mr. Watson, come here. I want to see you. These were the first. It's my utmost honor today to speak on the appropriateness of telemedicine and technology in mental health care delivery. Over the next 10 minutes or so, I aim to answer the question posed by my colleague from K-USC. All right, that's fine.
So sorry, the timekeeper is, well, I said 5 minutes, so she was working within the 5 minutes. So let's please give a minute for her to come before we start. Otherwise, she will not be counted. Sorry about that. Thank you very much for your patience. We are now ready to start. So, Speaker K-USC, please come forward.
Mr. Watson, here, I want to see you. These were the first. Come here, I want to see you. Revolutionized medicine and mental health as we know it. The chairperson, distinguished guests, members and prospective members of the noble profession, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen, a very good day to you all. My name is Nana Ijewa Adeobo, and it's my utmost pleasure and honor to speak to you all on the appropriateness of telemedicine and technology in mental health care delivery. Over the next 10 minutes or so, I aim to answer the question posed by my colleague from KNUST, which was, are the limitations of telemedicine and technology weighty enough to condemn them into oblivion? Let's find out. First off, the inadequacy of telemedicine and technology in assessing and diagnosing patients stems from the fact that it is simply not meant to be a replacement for in-person doctor-patient interactions. It only serves as a complement and must not be used in isolation. Concerning data privacy, it is important that healthcare providers ensure that their information systems are secure by using end-to-end encryption, secure passcodes, strict user verification protocols, regular security updates, and firewalls. These will go a long way in ensuring that hospital and patient data is well protected. On the matter of equity accessibility, in terms of IT proficiency, of course, the simple solution, Madam Chairperson, is the use of our good old community health nurses. They can be tasked and equipped to go into communities and help the inhabitants navigate telemedicine platforms and technological devices. It will please you to know that the OKB Foundation in Ghana has begun in this regard. They have built virtual health centers and equipped them with basic health equipment and technology. This enables the individuals in rural and underserved areas to interact with psychiatrists and other healthcare workers in the urban areas. Madam Chairperson, we can't deny the fact telemedicine and technology is expensive, but not so much such that it's a liability. As a country, investing in the establishment of telemedicine and technology will go a long way in improving our healthcare system, and I hope to prove to you how and why. Let's consider the pros, shall we? One, telemedicine and technology provide comfort and convenience to both doctor and patients. Now, what if your next doctor's appointment was just a click away? Consider a doctor's office that's what MTN promises to be everywhere you go. A key impact of telemedicine and technology is bridging geographical areas. And it's particularly beneficial for individuals who live far away from the healthcare facility, those who suffer from social anxiety, and those who simply prefer the privacy and comfort of their own homes. Madam Chairperson, if you will permit me, can I please have 3 volunteers up here with me? So we have in our midst today Abna, 20 years old. 2 days ago, Abna began accusing her mother of plotting to kill her by poisoning her food. Abna would also stand on their front porch, half naked if I may add, and say that voices had instructed her to do so. 17-year-old Kwame has recently been diagnosed with major depressive disorder. He is compliant on his medication and is doing very well in school. Kwame currently just needs a prescription for a refill of his drugs next month. Dr. Kofi here, 30 years old, has recently recovered from a manic episode. He's scheduled to have a review with his psychiatrist. Now tell me, people, of these 3 individuals, which of them really needs to go all the way to the hospital to see the doctor? Exactly. Of these 3 people, only Abna is in need of dire, urgent, and adequate medical attention, which she can get by going to the hospital. Thank you very much, guys. Please take your seats. Dr. Kofi, and Kwame can easily have their issues dealt with via telemedicine and technology, and this is the comfort and convenience it provides us. Madam Chairperson, telemedicine and technology provides the adequate resources for data analysis and research. The information on telemedicine platforms is readily available and well organized such that it can be easily collected, analyzed, and interpreted, the results of which can be used for auditing mental health care services, providing better treatment for patients based on their outcomes, and also studying the epidemiology of mental disorders. Ladies and gentlemen, with the advent of artificial intelligence, the possibilities are endless. Using AI, we can promote mental health education, create personalized treatment plans based on data analysis, and also provide exposure therapy for individuals suffering from trauma and anxiety. AI language processing assists mental health professionals in assessing and diagnosing patients. The algorithms can detect linguistic cues, emotional nuances using just text or speech, of course. AI chatbots also have the ability to provide individuals with coping strategies and self-help mechanisms for individuals who are seeking guidance. Now let's talk networking. Telemedicine and technology facilitates greater collaboration amongst healthcare individuals. Through digital platforms, psychiatrists, psychologists, mental health care workers, social workers can interact, communicate, and share expert opinions on patient management and treatment. Madam Chairperson, did you know that there is no psychiatrist in the Eastern region? There is none in the Western region, and there is none in the OT region. As a matter of fact, every single area in red on this map lacks a psychiatrist. Can you imagine that? Does this mean that the individuals in these areas have to suffer losses in terms of psychiatric attention? No, they simply do not. With telemedicine and technology, we can easily have Dr. X, a psychiatrist at the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital, interact with mental health care workers and other health advocates to see to patient management and wellness in these areas. And before you know it, every single area on this map could turn green. Now to the problem of stigmatization. A charity named Rethink Mental Illness gathered in a survey that an overwhelming 88% of people severely affected by mental illness suffer discrimination. Telemedicine offers the anonymity that in-person visits to the doctor's office simply cannot. With telemedicine technology, we can really reduce this stigma. Now, this is not to say that mental illness is something to be ashamed of. But let's face the facts. We live in a society where we are consciously and unconsciously groomed to shun individuals with the slightest inkling of mental illness. Now, even though telemedicine affords us the ability to reduce stigma, I urge us all to engage in mental health education to reduce stigma. Madam Chairperson, I am glad to say kudos to the students of K-USC School of Medicine and Dentistry for engaging in such an initiative in this year's Mental Health Awareness Celebration. Madam Chairperson, some people require urgent psychiatric attention or else they could die. Now let's consider the suicidal individual. A simple call connecting them to the mental health care provider who would walk them through a very dark time in their life could go a very long way and be a potential lifesaver. I am glad to announce that the Mental Health Authority has set up a toll-free helpline that allows individuals struggling with suicidal ideation to get the help they so urgently need. And all they have to do is dial 0800 678 678. Can we all say it together? 0800 678 678. Now it's as simple as that. Madam Chairperson, Master Oforian Kofo laid to bear the cons of telemedicine and technology in mental health care delivery and asked a very important question. Are these cons weighty enough to condemn telemedicine and technology into oblivion? No, they aren't. I have raised possible solutions to these cons and then gone ahead to provide the numerous advantages that telemedicine and technology afford us. And so, Just to add to my point, the WHO showed, in an overview, showed that telemedicine technology use shows a clear benefit in treatment, diagnosis, and also long-term follow-up for individuals. The truth is, telemedicine and technology is good for us. It is the way forward and it's extremely appropriate for mental health care delivery. Together, let us strive to strike the perfect balance that marries the brilliance of technology with the inherent empathy unique to human interaction that is telemedicine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Great. So we move on to Family Health Medical School. So Family Health, if you're ready, please. A round of applause for her.
So today's debate marks an era of mental puzzle and logical presentation of conflicting ideas that have plagued the minds of medical professionals. Yes, change is needed for the development of a society, but when this change brings nothing but good to the society, but rather regression, aggression, and is considered questionable to the masses, professionals will reassess and revisit past usages and convictions which have stood firm and brought us this far. It is on this note that I salute you all, Madam Chairperson, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, distinguished guests, co-debaters, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen. Today's motion is very unassuming, yet very controversial. The motion, if well defined and understood, simply seeks to ask the question, should telemedicine be an appropriate use of delivery of mental health care? Our answer, definitely not. Not because it cannot, but because it is not appropriate. Our key word here is appropriate. When we were invited to this noble audience, we were unaware that we had talent in drama. I was told that this was a public speaking competition between medical schools. So on behalf of the Family Health Medical School, my name is Vanessa, and I'll be posing as the second speaker. I possess no tricks, no sketches. I have no one performing a seizure behind me. All I have is my voice and hardcore facts pertaining to the topic at hand. My speech is structured in two parts. I will begin with some pros and then I will explain why they do not serve the greater good. And then I'll move on to the cons and explain why they benefit us more in the long run. Madam Chairman, my colleagues on the other side of the divide may argue that telemedicine has come to replace conventional methods. But, however, one of the tenets of mental health delivery is physical meeting, a principle that has proven to be fundamental in ensuring the accuracy of diagnosis, patient monitoring, management, and therefore begs the question, what place truly does telemedicine have in mental care delivery? So in a study conducted by Asha Pines et al. On the appropriateness of telemedicine versus in-person care, patients' preferences drove a significant fraction of in-person care. Participating psychiatrists repeatedly mentioned that when deciding whether to offer telemedicine or in-person care, they generally try to accommodate patients' preferences. Multiple participants pointed out that most of their in-person visits were driven by patient demand and not by their requests. There is also another school of thought that says that telemedicine is just as effective as in-person meetings. Dare I say, we've all had Zoom meetings in lectures. Are they as effective? Every 10 minutes, your lecturer is asking you, are we there? Are we there? Some of us are not there, some of us are there, some of us don't even respond. So from this perspective, to bring you back to my point, is telemedicine really impactful in cases where you have group meetings, such as Alcoholics Anonymous? The third, and in my opinion, the most reasonable argument for telemedicine is that it can be used to reach a wide range of people. We saw in 2019 when COVID struck, We saw how people were not automatically asked not to go through their therapy sessions again. They were still going on, treatments were still happening. But when we remember that everything has a price, when you speak of a wider range, you must consider the fact that it involves potential sacrifices, all for the sake of quantity. Madam Chairman, I would expand further on this point while I take you through my continuing argument. And I must emphasize that in patient care, it's not about how many patients you have seen, but actually how many lives you have saved. So these are the 4 key points in telemedicine which we believe is not appropriate in the field of medical health care. The delivery of mental health care via telemedicine does not enable the clinician to make a personalized intervention based on clients' immediate reactions and responses. Being physically present in the same space allows medical practitioners to keenly observe their patients, their body language, their facial expressions, and other non-verbal signs. These cues provide a valuable insight in the client's emotional state, allowing the practitioner to adjust the approach of treatment. Secondly, access to data and reliable internet infrastructure in our country poses a significant challenge in delivering mental health care via telemedicine. Many regions in our country suffer with inadequate internet infrastructure, leading to poor connectivity and unreliable internet access. This further worsens the digital divide in Ghana, limiting medical health care for these people living in less development or isolated areas. Even in areas with some level of connectivity, the service may be inconsistent, leading to poor quality telemedicine sessions. Furthermore, Madam Chairman, mental health is one of the fields of medicine where the client needs to feel safe and comfortable, where they can open up about certain sensitive issues. We find that in psychiatrists or psychologists' offices, the place is warm, is comfortable, is colorful. So the patient is put in a space where they are able to open up however they want to. Unlike in a telemedicine situation where if they are dealing with a very sensitive issue and there's an outburst of emotion, the psychologist or psychiatrist cannot give the adequate support needed. And if once the patient feels uncomfortable, they can simply just opt out and go offline. Simply put. Madam Chairperson, if we were to consider the scope of mental health and the requirements of management, you come to the same conclusion that we have, that telemedicine is neither practical, sustainable, or appropriate in mental health care. We take, for instance, someone living with schizophrenia, someone who is bipolar and having a manic episode. We know how difficult it is to stabilize such patients. My question to you is, can this be done online? Madam Chairperson, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, distinguished guests, co-debaters, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen. I began today by speaking about the importance of change. I will end by pointing out the importance of staying with things that work, and the dangers of indecision and the relevance of habits. Our recommendation will be to institute a hybrid model, with in-person sessions being the front line, and telemedicine not completely dismissed, but included just as an addition. Throughout my delivery, I have given you a clear picture of both the pros. We can talk about the wide range of people, accessibility, and the cons. We see how it lacks the interpersonal relationships that can build between the patient and the psychiatrist. It's expensive as well. Not to completely place telemedicine on the back burner because of its negatives, but to include it with caution because of its positives. Thank you very much and good day.
Thank you very much. Now we get Accra College of Medicine.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, honorable judges, I'm here to present to you solutions. I know that my colleagues have done an adequate job in talking about pros and cons of a problem, but I am here to give solutions to this problem. Our solution is going to be a nationwide project. Solution is revolution. We are going to revolutionize mental health and how it's implemented in Ghana as a whole. Now, to revolutionize a system, we have to have an idea of what the system is. We'll start at the base, which is your community-based health planning and service, so CHIPS compounds, health centers, district hospitals, regional hospitals, and tertiary hospitals. Our plan is to strengthen the primary health care in these clinics by implementing tele-equipment to make them tele-clinics. Now, we can all understand that tele-equipment have the potential to flourish in Ghana, but we know that we cannot do this by ourselves. This is where intersectoral collaboration comes into play. We're going to collab with network service providers such as Vodafone, Airtel Tigo, MTN, everywhere you go, but it's literally not everywhere you go. When you go outside, you don't see, when you go to the Upper East, the Upper West, and even in this room, does anybody have correct network service? We will also work with tech companies. These tech companies will help us create apps and websites that will guide our patients into how exactly they are going to better their mental health. They will be connected to psychiatrists and special medical personnel that will help them and lead them in the way to prioritize their mental health. Now, in my family, or personally my grandma, she's very skeptical about our medical district or our medical section, and she always talks about how she doesn't believe that you will have medical personnel that will be at your beck and call 24/7, who are actually professional and able to help you with your problem from your home. Now, our solution is to use the Ghana Health Service and mental health authorities. We want to ask them to give us the adequate amount of people who are trained. So we have, we will have trained psychological first aiders, and we'll have specialized medical personnel who will be connected to these websites and applications so that you are definite that you're going to get the mental health that you require. Now, one salient point that my colleague mentioned earlier was stigmatization. This point hits home for me personally because of the fact that I have a friend who is very close to me. And she found out to talk about her mental health issues for a very long time. She comes from a conservative home where it is hard for her to voice out her feelings and how she thinks to her parents. I recently found out that she traveled outside, met with counselors, and got diagnosed with ADHD. She's getting pills and medication for this, but she still can't tell her parents that this is the initiative she took forward and this is what she's doing to get better. Now, I know that we can all relate to somebody in our community. It could be your brother, it could be your sister, it could even be the person sitting next to you that is going through similar problems like this and still can't voice them. Our solution is media partnerships. We're going to partner with TV stations and radio stations with public figures that the general public can relate to and identify with, and even internet personalities. These people will talk about the teleclinics and how they have prioritized their mental health and how it has benefited them and made them better than they were before. It will make it easier for people to also accommodate the idea of actually addressing their mental health and bettering it. Now, we're very aware that in-person consultations are very important, and they are a traditional way of how we have bettered mental health care in Ghana and worldwide. So we're not taking it away. We're not eradicating it from the system completely. We want to join the best of both worlds. We're going to sieve through the more severe cases that need in-person consultation, and then those that require just the soothing voice of a doctor over the phone can be dealt with immediately and with more effect. So in summary, we are bringing the best of both worlds. We are joining the two teams, which is the telemedicine and in-person consultation together, so that we get the most effective implementation of mental health care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Accra College of Medicine. Now, University of Ghana, please get ready and come. University of Ghana.
Last week that my roommate and her beloved celebrated their 3-year anniversary dating. They're not married. So then my question to her was, how exactly do they do it? Because for the past 2 years, the boy has been in France. How do you navigate the delicate strands of romance with the fine complexities of technology, from like long video calls, FaceTiming, online movie dates? Just how? Now, hold on to this story, I'll come back to it. The chairperson, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, co-debaters, distinguished guests, I greet you all. I am Salome Ode, supporting speaker from the University of Ghana Medical School. And today's topic is the appropriateness of telemedicine and technology in mental health care delivery, pros and cons. My principal speaker spoke extensively about the advantages of convenience and accessibility, whilst hammering home the demerits of a lack of personal connection. I am also here to continue with this discourse. The chair of the house. One advantage of telemedicine and technology is the anonymity that it comes with. So there's a social media app called Whisper. How many of you know Whisper? Oh yeah. So with Whisper, you can share videos, you can share audios, you can actually text with your identity completely hidden. Now, according to the Mental Health Index, those between the ages of 18 to 25 are those most prone to mental health conditions. The house, I'm 19. Please ask the person sitting by you how old they are. That's majority of the people in this room, maybe except our honorable panel. Now, would you believe that the same age group, 18 to 25, are those least likely to go for help? But then when you look at Whisper, when you take all 4 users of Whisper, 3 of them fall into the same category. What does that tell us? That tells us that people are looking for anonymity. So there's a research that's published in the Journal of the American Medical Association that reported that you are 3 times more likely to report your PTSD and report your depression if nobody knows it's you. So with anonymity, we see that there's generally more honesty, there's more openness, and in the situation where you're more honest in your healthcare, we see that there's an increase in the efficacy and efficiency of our mental health care delivery. Now, the second point I'm coming to is research. So mental health research is catapulted with telecommunications and technology. And technology, how? So when you're recruiting your participants, when you're collecting your data, when you have technology, it's much, much better. There was a study in the US called the Brighton Feasibility Study where they compared 3 mobile apps for depression. Would you believe that they were able to randomize and recruit participants? Over 1,200 participants, in fact, that was representative of the entire US population, finished collecting the data in less than a year. Yes, just a year. So if that could be implemented in the US, then it can be done in Ghana too. Unfortunately, as rosy as the world of telemedicine and technology may seem, there's a catch. There's always a catch. And the chairperson, my first con will be about the threat of data privacy breaches. In the world of cybersecurity, there's a very common saying that humans are the weakest link. In fact, it is reported by Cybins that 95% of all data privacy breaches are actually due to human error. How would you feel if you found out that your mental health care app providers were sharing your IP address, that's sensitive information, your email address, your health status, and your health condition, like the disease you have, with Facebook, with Snapchat, and other third parties for targeted advertisements to you? Now, that actually happened with one of the world's most popular mental health care apps called BetterHelp, and it had over 90 million users. You see, that brings me to a question for everybody. Do we as a nation have, number one, the technological capacity, and number two, the legal backing to be able to effectively regulate and ensure patient data privacy if we are to incorporate telemedicine and technology into our healthcare system? Do we have that kind of legal backing? Now, I'm going to talk about Ghana's Data Protection Act 843, subparagraph 62. It talks about health, education, and social work. When you look at it, there are three statements, three very vague statements. Like, it's the fact that they didn't even have a separate section for health. That's the data protection. You can read it. And now, the vagueness aside, this Data Protection Act was actually written in 2012. We are in 2023. People are using AI, people are using virtual reality, augmented reality to treat mental health care conditions. How do you effectively regulate telemedicine and technology in your mental health care if the Data Protection Act was written a decade ago? And let me just remind you that in 2012, the latest iPhone was iPhone 5S. What are we? We are 15 Pro Max right now, right? So how do you effectively do that? So we, as a country, have to take a stance. We have to review this Data Protection Act. We have to make amends, making sure that it touches on all the basic tenets of data privacy, like anonymization, like encryption protocols, like data minimization, things like that. It is only then that telecommunication and technology will fill a more appropriate role in our healthcare system. Again, there's a barrier of accessibility created with technological disparities. How I have this aunt that when she's in Accra, she's able to see a psychologist, but then when she goes back to Barikesi, it's almost impossible to see one. So then I was like, oh, that's easy, just online therapy sessions. However, this aunt of mine doesn't know how to read, she doesn't know how to write. How does she navigate through these like smartphones and laptops that we have? Do you know how she even calls it FED? Like, how does she navigate her way through this FED? How does she do this? So the thing is that if we have to be intentional, if you want to bridge the inequality gap when it comes to accessing mental health care. So what the people in the tech world can do is that they can create, number one, more user-friendly interfaces to suit particular groups. And then number two, they can also incorporate our local languages in whatever systems that they are building. Now, what we can do is that we actually have to look forward, we actually have to single-handedly look for these underserved groups and have community-based sessions, training sessions on how to access telemedicine and technology for mental health care. Like, we have to actually be that intentional about it. So then, back to my roommate's story. So what she told me is that, she said something profound. She said that on every rose, there are thorns. But when you hold your own rose, and I hold my own rose in my hand, the thorns will prick us differently. So everyone has their comforts and discomforts. In essence, appropriateness may mean different things to different people. It may mean that you're in COVID-19 and online therapy sessions may be the only option. Or you're in a situation where a proper physical examination will be needed for a solid psychiatric evaluation. Or the network may honestly just be bad. So, every single person in this room is unique, and so is everyone seeking mental health care. They have their comfort and discomfort, a particular context in which they find themselves in. The severity of their issues may also differ. So it is these things that will ultimately determine what service will be best for them, whether to use telemedicine, whether to use traditional in-person care, or a combination of the two, a marriage of the two. So, the Chair of the House, the appropriateness of telemedicine and technology in mental health care, this House believes strongly that it may eventually come back to one thing. Even after all these recommendations are implemented, the one thing is context, the context of the individual. I am Salmi Ode. Thank you so much for the audience.
Okay, thank you. University of Ghana. Let's get ready for UCC, University of Cape Coast. Great. UCC.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. My name is Otis Mbayi Ngoga, a fifth-year medical student of the University of Cape Coast, School of Medical Sciences. Before I commence my presentation on the appropriateness of telemedicine and technology in mental health care delivery, indulge me to present to you two scenarios. At the end of my presentation, we would attempt to find the solutions to the problem these individuals are facing. Case 1. 70-year-old Davi Egavivi recently lost all her property to the Akosombo Dam spillage that affected certain parts of the Volta region. A week ago, she received a phone call that her only son, who was on his way back to visit her, had been involved in a fatal car accident. Davi has become suicidal. She's however heard of the Mental Health Authority toll-free number on the radio, and she picks up her phone to call the number for assistance. But to her dismay, the lady on the other side of the call seemed not to understand the ever Davi is speaking, and Davi too seemed not to understand the English the lady was speaking. Disappointed by this, Davi hangs up the call, feeling worse than she was already feeling. 2 weeks later, Davi Atwanananom Ewenseado. How sad. Case 2. It presents the story of 27-year-old Ramatu, a graduate in science education who has been posted to Tikobo number 2, a remote village somewhere in the western region to do her national service. This young lady has been battling with anxiety, depression and anxiety for months. However, due to bad roads and the remoteness of the community, she's unable to seek for professional help from the nearest mental health facility. She has heard of this telemedicine initiative that has been designed to give mental health support to individuals in the area. She gives it a try. However, to her disappointment, she encountered certain challenges. A pixelated video, sporadic audio distractions, and an unstable internet failed to capture the complexity of her emotional reactions, making her question the effectiveness of this platform. Ladies and gentlemen, with these scenarios as a prelude to the myriad of challenges that linger around telemedicine, let's begin to navigate the corners of telemedicine and suggest some solutions that will make it work in our system. Number 1. Cultural insensitivity in the form of language barrier is one of the major limitations to the implementation of telemedicine in Ghana. The practice of mental health is heavily dependent on open communication, something we know to be an effective exchange of information between the people, and they must understand each other. However, Ghana is a cosmopolitan nation with over 46 spoken languages, and hence, the potential language barriers that exist seem to be a hindrance to the effectiveness of telemedicine in mental health in Ghana. You remember the case of Davi, right? Her only challenge was communication. If only the lady on the other side of the call could understand the ever she was speaking, she probably would not have met her untimely death. Number 2, limited accessibility is one of the issues that seem to bother middle to low income countries such as our country, Ghana. We have categorized into 2 main categories. We have poor internet access and we have digital device disparity. Allow me to expatiate. The National Communications Authority's March 2020 report on household survey in ICT indicate that only 16.8% of households in Ghana have access to internet. Now here's the case, some of the telemedicine platforms actually hinge on proper internet for its effective function. Let me ask you, when was the last time you had a Zoom call over slow internet? How did you feel? That is the exact feeling that Ramatu of Tikobo number 2 felt. Frustration when she attempted to use the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, should we tackle the issue of internet accessibility, internet connectivity, we are still faced with the challenge of digital device disparity. This same NCS report indicates that although the mobile phone penetration in Ghana is quite high, in the rural settings, only 45% of our rural dwellers have access to mobile phones. Now let me ask you, if telemedicine is dependent on sophisticated devices such as computers and phones, smart or otherwise, do you think it is appropriate in our setting, or do you think it encourages inclusivity when more than half of our rural dwellers do not have access to the basic tool, mobile phone? Do you think so? I don't think so. Ladies and gentlemen, to my third point, there are legal and ethical questions that are yet to be answered. The first is there a regulation for the practice of telemedicine in mental health in Ghana? There is none. This is going to make it quite inappropriate in our setting. Number two, in the case of cross-border practices, does the physician providing consultation from a different country have to be licensed to practice in Ghana as well? This is food for thought. Concerns about data security, misuse of sensitive information, and confidentiality are some of the issues that arise with the use of telemedicine in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, still on my fourth and final point on the weaknesses, human connection and therapeutic alliance is one other aspect we need to question to be able to ascertain the appropriateness of telemedicine in Ghana. Now we know that 3 activities culminate in making a good diagnosis. I mean, a good history taking, physical examination, and investigation. This is no different in mental health either. The mental status examination commences right when the patient walks into the consulting room. This is because certain non-verbal manners of the patient are cues and pointers to the diagnosis of the patient, and some of these can actually be obscured with the use of telemedicine. Ladies and gentlemen, I have presented to you the cons of telemedicine, what's making it inappropriate. Now let me suggest the solutions that will make it work in our system. We have categorized into long-term and short-term. For long-term, we are encouraging the establishment of a multilingual platform with an artificial intelligence software that has the ability to translate languages such that Ghanaian languages can be translated to English and vice versa for effective communication. After all, that's the basis of mental health, right? 2, in the case of legality and ethical concerns, we are joining the voices to sing the chorus that we establish a legal regime to back and regulate the practice of mental health. Now, while we are at this, for short term, we are encouraging that we empower our CHIPS program. We train our community health officers in mental status examination and mental health first aid. Then, we provide each of these CHIPS components at least one mobile device with a boosted cell signal. Then, we would use the existing social network in the community, identify people who need help, and bring them in. Wait there, telephone no wire, Konkonsa Express, away. Now my concerned neighbor can put his mouth to use by whispering into the ear of the community health officer, my neighbor needs help. And then the community health officer, after an initial assessment, would link me up with a professional outside the jurisdiction, if need be, with that device that was given to her. Now, in the situation whereby there's a language barrier, that community health officer becomes a chaperone in that situation. Ladies and gentlemen, with these solutions we have presented, we want to jump and do a SWOT analysis of our mental health system right now. Now, these are the strengths we have in our system. We have a very strong leadership from the Mental Health Authority led by Prof. Apau. Thank you very much for the good work you are doing. We can leverage that leadership to make sure the solutions work. 2, we have a positive attitude towards telehealth, evidenced by the successful piloted projects we have. 3, we also have a collaboration with the mobile service providers, evidenced by the toll-free number that we already have. But there are weaknesses. The mental health system right now is focused more on a biological and curative model rather than the public health approach. 2, there is overcrowding within our outpatient departments and clinic. 3, there is poor access to justice as dictated by the Mental Health Act, where people can repeal decisions to to be held against their will. And the last one is there is long distance, a presence of long distance and actually high cost with the use of in-person assessment. Now, we have an opportunity. The opportunity is telemedicine. However, the cons of telemedicine we have suggested are threats to its proper implementation, and hence, should we adopt the solutions we have suggested, we will fine-tune telemedicine to make it a golden opportunity so that if we integrate it into our mental health system, we will have the following outcomes. 1, there will be a shift from a curative model to a public health focus. 2, there will be more integration of mental health into our health system, starting from the CHIPS level. 3, there will be a remote in-service training of professionals, and then 4, there will be an integration with the Ministry of Justice to have remote tribunal hearings so that those backlog cases can be settled. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, with these outcomes we have listed, I am optimistic that telemedicine integration into our mental health system is a step into the future, a brighter one, a future where no one is left behind. However, the compelling cases of Davi and Ramatu underscore the urgency of addressing the challenges that surround telemedicine so that we can integrate it properly and reap the maximum benefits of it. So, ladies and gentlemen, our proposed solutions are as follows: an establishment of a multilingual platform, 2, establishment of a legal regime, and 3, the empowerment of our CHIPS program. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to turn these insights into action. Esan se akanfo be kase kasa tintin wo hoyi and toponko. Thank you, Akbenami.
Thank you very much, UCC. UHAS, get ready to come. University of Health and Allied Sciences.
In the wise words of an old African proverb, you can't make a giraffe out of a goat even with the longest necktie. Now, whilst this may take your funny bone, it is a reminder that solutions should be tailored towards the unique landscapes they are meant to navigate. The appropriateness of telemedicine and technology in Africa takes a special resonance, especially since it's a continent that is so diverse in languages, culture, and tradition that intertwine like rich tapestry. So now, as we delve in further, let us explore how telemedicine and technology can be that bridge to connect those in need with the right mental health support across a vast and varied terrain. Before I proceed, I would like to reiterate 3 important things my first speaker did. First of all, he spoke about the barriers to mental health access. He secondly spoke about the definition of telemedicine and technology, as well as its application in other countries. And finally spoke about our PID, which are the cons of telemedicine and technology, which include privacy care, impersonal care, ethical considerations, and finally, digital divide. To my first speaker, I would like us to give him an echo. My name is Oweafi Selassie, and I'm the second speaker of the UHAS medical students, and I'm simply here to further expatiate on the pros of telemedicine and offer a solution to show you how it tackles the cons everyone before me has listed. Now, to do justice to this, we come out with a model which is dubbed the Adrimpa model. Now, this model is going to use technology coupled with an application which is multifaceted to facilitate mental health care delivery. How is this then going to operate? The technology can exist in the form of an easy-to-use application or website with minimal data usage in order to ensure access to all. This app can be created by the government and placed under the specific wing of the Ministry of Health and the Ghana Health Service in order to ensure safety. Now, you just need a computer, a smartphone, or a tablet in order to gain access. It will also contain multiple features for scheduling appointments, video conferencing, audio conferencing, selecting languages of your choice, as well as secure messaging in order to ensure access at any remote location of your choice. This also ensures that Ghanaians are able to communicate effectively, since not every Ghanaian speaks English, and as a result, there will be effective communication, and we know if there's effective communication, there will be effective diagnosis and effective treatment. This breaks all language barriers. Now, moving on, it will have a user-friendly interface that are intuitive for all users to ensure clear navigation and easy appointment scheduling. The use of AI assistants will be incorporated where frequently asked questions about app navigation difficulties can immediately be answered. You can't tell me you are suffering to use it. Also, frequently asked questions can immediately answer can immediately be answered with some program answers incorporated into the AI by mental health care experts. I know this may sound ridiculous. However, in some acute exacerbations of mental disorder, something as simple as a message from the right source can calm the patient down. This proves that telemedicine and technology can tackle mental health care in emergency conditions as well. Also, technological tools like Zoom will be employed and used to organize video conferences in communities where they can all gather as they sit down and listen to information on their mental health and how to prevent it in the first place. This proves that telemedicine and technology is not only curative but also preventive. Mental health care providers will also have diverse qualifications will also be recruited on the platform and collaborate on a referral basis, right from the mental health care nurses to the highest ranking member of the mental health care providers. This breaks the cone of ethical issues, since all that is going to be happening will not be solely based on algorithms. Also, patients can self-register and get connected to their nearest care provider when they need be. This strengthens the bond between the patient and their care provider. As a result, the cone of impersonal care and empathy lack of empathy can be significantly bridged. To tackle the issues of underprivileged clients, like Ose's mother in our first speech, who was living in an area with poor network connectivity and could not access smartphones, the already existent USSD toll-free code, which was spearheaded by Menti DH, that is *844*555#, will be incorporated into our policy. This ensures that they get easy to access to health professionals, or in certain situations be referred to the nearest point of care. Now, this is easier to use by everybody, irrespective of your level of education. With all this, the issue of digital divide will no longer exist, but rather more people will seek help from telemedicine. To tackle the issue of prescription, which most people are thinking about, we have decided to incorporate online prescription apps like iPrescribed and delivery services. The presence of these online prescription apps enables prescribers to send prescriptions which can effectively be tracked back to them, and as a result cannot give wrong prescriptions. And this also have it delivered right at their doorstep. Due to the scarcity of mental care services in Ghana, it has become highly imperative for patients to travel days and nights and plow dangerous roads in order to get access to care. But then, incorporating this solves that problem and gives them no more harm. What does this do? It increases quality, increases accessibility, and eliminates geographical barriers. How then do we seek to fund our amazing Adwempa model? We seek to establish a multi-level cooperation with the Ghana Health Service and non-governmental organizations like the Mental Health Index Ghana, as well as private investors and telecommunication companies, in order to accrue enough funds to ensure the smooth running of our program. Also, to ensure affordability and accessibility, patients will pay reasonable service charges for online consultations, which will be linked to payment apps like Express Pay, and that will be reasonably less expensive compared to the utilization of the traditional systems at all times. This proves what is less expensive. These internally generated funds would also be used to motivate the care providers to shoulder the extra burden of work. Who doesn't like an extra motivation? Our Adwempa model, in terms of security, targets the implementation of strict data protection rules by the government, coupled with end-to-end encryption form of messages incorporated into the app. And finally, the education of the general public on social engineering in order to address potential social engineering attacks. With all this put in place, the cone of privacy care would no longer be a boundary. But instead, what is going to happen? Ghanaians will develop more trust into the system, and as a result, they can maximally cooperate to improve the quality of care. Having described what our model is, we now present you with a timeline of our model. The timeline just shows how realistic and achievable our model is. That is why we have divided several activities over a 5-year strategic timeline. In the first year, we are going to work on the development of our application, as well as the recruitment of all care providers coming on board and making licensure checks from their licensure bodies. In the second year, we are going to recruit a sample population for a pilot study and train all the care providers on the use of the various technological tools and telemedicine tools, since not all of them, some of them are born before computer. In the third year, we are going to start the pilot study, we'll accrue data and analyze it. In the fourth year, they'll be redefining a modification of our software based on the analysis generated in the third year. And in the fourth year as well, there'll be massive public sensitization on mental health, as well as the use and availability of the software. Now, in the fifth and final year, we are going to ensure it is available for all and sundry to use equally. To end it all, there will be a constant monitoring evaluation. Quality quality assurance recently is almost equivalent to buying many fire extinguishers in an anticipation of a fire outbreak when we can actually prevent the fire. In this light, we have decided to incorporate total quality management, which operates under a principle of root cause analysis to ensure surveillance and quality is maintained at each level to the way up, to ensure we provide maximally continuing quality of care to our clients. With all this put in place and the fact that various celebrities, stakeholders, and religious leaders shall be brought on board, Ghanaians as a whole will gladly accept this policy, and acceptability wouldn't be a problem. In this light, we say that we think telemedicine can be appropriate. The panel, we have clearly established the discrepancies in mental health care in Ghana. We have clearly expatiated on the pros and cons. We have offered a solution, and in addition, that solution tackles mental health care at all levels. At the primary level, it does this by increasing screening, by increasing sensitization. At the secondary level, by increasing screening, early detection, early intervention. At the tertiary level, by making online prescriptions available and delivery services as well. And at the quaternary level, by monitoring to ensure that the activities of the care providers do not cause harm to these patients. There is a Chinese quote that which means that whoever works hard deserves a reward. The panel, we are sweating. We have worked so hard to prove to you that we do not only deserve to be the winners, but we should have our policy adopted to combat mental health for all. I'm about to leave, but before I forget, I would like us to reflect on the words of John F. Kennedy when he said, if not us, who? And if not now, when? The time to combat mental health for all is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, UHAS. Now let's listen to the last school, UDS. UDS.
My name is Ekia Mrajedu. And we, the Akans, have a saying that adia de biano, bonwene ayadeng, ebatahu, which means anything, telemedicine included, which has positive sides, has negative sides as well. The chair, panel of judges, ladies and gentlemen, if my colleague was allowed to finish her speech, she would have said that our speech takes a direction of good cop, bad cop. She talks about the pros of telemedicine, and I talk about the cons of telemedicine. What are the cons of telemedicine and technology in mental health care delivery? Our first con is the digital divide that exists in developing countries such as Ghana, and the technical difficulties associated with the use of modern technology. There is unequal access to digital technologies in our country. Note that to receive telemedicine, you require access to the internet, a device, and also an understanding of the technology you are using. There are people in our country without access to the internet or devices. People with social and economic disadvantages who cannot afford these sophisticated devices. There are even people with cognitive difficulties, auditory and visual impairment. People with severe mental illnesses who may not be able to use telemedicine. If all these barriers are ignored in favor of wider implementation, we risk further embedding inequalities into our healthcare system. The instability of the network, the periodic malfunctions and the shutdowns of the website may affect the quality and the continuity of consultations, which could lead to frustrations for both the doctor and the client. Secondly, there are limitations in the assessment of a service user when using telemedicine. In psychiatry, the mental state exam, you require the assessment of a patient's mood, a patient's affect, a patient's appearance. These may have its limitations when using telemedicine. Even physical examinations to detect comorbidities may also have its limitations. Unfortunately, the ability to assess a service user through telemedicine relies solely on the quality of their front camera, which may affect the accuracy, credibility, and reliability of the diagnosis the doctor arrives at. Taking history too through telemedicine can be affected, as it can be a bit difficult to build rapport with the service user based solely on an online relationship. That is why some patients may not feel safe to be vulnerable and unburden their mental issues to someone behind the screen they can't even see. There are also conservative people in our societies who would only feel better if they meet a doctor face to face. These people go to hospitals and complain when they are not even given injections or when they are not touched with a stethoscope. Is it video conferencing for mental health care delivery they will accept? Again, the technologies used in telemedicine is prone to data breaches by hackers and other threats. Cyber attacks may expose sensitive data of the service users to the general public. Imagine you went to the psychiatrist and told them about how you have been having suicidal thoughts for a while now. And the next day, you are number 1 on Twitter with your name, your age, your workplace. They will even add your course and the A's and the F's you've been getting. How would you feel? How would you feel? Again, there is inadequate legislation for the regulation of telemedicine and technology used in mental health care delivery. There exists a number of laws and regulations in the digital space which may transcend to telemedicine. An example is the Data Protection Act 2012, Act 843, which protects the privacy of individuals' personal data. However, there is no specific legislation yet. Without adequate legislation, there could be potential risks such as lack of standardization, limited accountability, and even privacy issues. Lastly, there is no formal billing system for telemedicine and technology used in mental health care delivery. You know, striking a balance that ensures affordability for patients while providing fair compensation for our dear health workers is crucial for the successful and ethical implementation of telemedicine. In Ghana, the National Health Insurance Scheme does not cover telemedicine. Even in developed countries such as the United States of America, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services has a certain regulations and limitations, which, I think I forgot my line. Has certain requirements and limitations which prevents healthcare providers from seeking reimbursement for services they have rendered for telemedicine. The pros and the cons are worth considering in using telemedicine and technology for mental health care delivery. Regardless, we still prefer the pros over the cons. And we prefer the pros over the cons based on 3 cardinal reasons. 1, convenience and wider accessibility. How many of us took Uber or Bolt here today? I did. You see, in this age, people order food and it comes to Haptel. What? Once people find it easier and simpler to sit in the comfort of their homes and receive mental health care as compared to the working system, the trade-off, however, is the inability to perform physical examinations well on the service user, what other people said. You see, talking to someone about your mental problem through telemedicine alone can be even therapeutic for the person. At the end of the day, if the person's condition requires him to come for further assessment, the person will be directed in the app or the website to the nearest mental health facility to get the best care tailored for them. Telemedicine is not here to replace the working system. Our telemedicine is here to augment it. On wider accessibility, cellular network coverage from our statistics is estimated to expand year on year, and soon it will reach all the areas that do not have coverage. I remember one of the speakers from Accra College of Medicine saying that Upper East does not have network. They do. And with our telemedicine, it will even improve. Next, let's go. The outpatient system, as a result, will be relieved. So with the telemedicine we are using to augment it, it will relieve the outpatient system, such as those with severe mental illnesses and those who are not able to access the telemedicine because they do not have digital technology. They will be able to. Our second cardinal point is that telemedicine and technology is a growing field. During the COVID-19 pandemic, telemedicine and technology was piloted for the use in mental health care delivery. This led to the widespread use of virtual applications such as Zoom and Google Meet for hospital consultations. People were using these same virtual applications for classroom lessons and even church activities. It is safe to say that people have become used to this system and have become accustomed to talking to people through screens. You see, This adaptation to digital communication has the potential to massively improve our mental health care system. Studies done on the effectiveness of telemedicine during the pandemic was excellent. Japan et al., yes, in 2020, did a study which showed that Text for Hope, which was a daily supportive message system, was able to reduce stress and anxiety levels with just 6 weeks of exposure. Ladies and gentlemen, it is only prudent we ride on this new wave and introduce telemedicine and technology into mental health care delivery now more than ever. There are even guidelines from other countries we could adopt to. The American Psychiatry Association has a telepsychiatry toolkit we could use. Our last cardinal point, and I leave this stage, is that telemedicine will reduce barriers to entry. If you don't know, the stigma toward people with mental disorders is real in this country. And telemedicine will allow them to engage in therapy sessions freely without the fear of being seen entering a mental health facility. With telemedicine, you have the ability to seek mental health care in the privacy of their home. This has the potential to increase mental health awareness, increase mental health education, increase the willingness to seek help, and above all, reduce stigma. I have a colleague of mine that recently used telemedicine to transform his life. He's called Arnold. He's not here. This video is dedicated to him. Please watch. You see, Arnold was hearing voices. He was. Things were telling him things. But then he was in our class and he was scared. He couldn't go anywhere. And he was there, he was thinking. But then you know what? He decided, regardless, let me go. Can you hear the voices? They are telling him he's worthless. They're telling him that he's mad. But regardless, he went to the Tamale Teaching Hospital. So, if the video had ended, you would have seen that his life was transformed. You see, for many, the idea of talking to someone through screens may seem pointless. But for my friend Arnold, he had to hide his identity just to seek mental health care. He had to wear black all over in the video. For him, telemedicine is truly his best shot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great. So we've gone through another round of 7 speakers. Very exciting, very interesting. The devil is in the details. They have given their delivery. It's now time for us to ask a few questions. But in the meantime, I want to say that I am happy I'm not one of the judges. And I don't envy the judges at all. Because it's really too close to call. So let's get the judges to ask a few questions. And then I understand online participants also have a few questions. No, just about 2. 2 online participants will just ask 2 questions. Maybe the online first, and then the panel of judges. Online, are IT experts? Are we ready? No online? Okay, all right. So, panel of judges, who will go first? Just a question each.
So, congratulations to all our presenters. You have been great, and you have shown that, yes, I mean, you possess what it is to win the crown in this. As Professor indicated, it's a very, very tight competition we have here, and hopefully the best will win. So we saw across, in fact, I saw that for most of the presentations, we seem to elucidate that telemedicine is largely a solution to stigma in mental health service delivery. And I think this run through from UDS, from Family Health, is it? Yes. Accra College of Medicine also touched on that. UG did. And of course, I think UG in the second presentation, you basically touched on something that almost answered that. But do you think that telemedicine would be more or less an ultimate solution to stigmatization in mental health service delivery? Yes, so to this UDS, Family Health, and then UG, yes, and then Accra College of Medicine. I think it just runs through for all of you. So if you can just give me a response in that direction, please.
Okay, UDS.
Good afternoon. The question is how telemedicine would solve the stigma. From our presentation, our last point, we said telemedicine would reduce barriers to entry. You see, with telemedicine, it's on everyone's phone. So it has the potential to increase mental health awareness. If I have an app on my phone, I become used to the app. I learn about the app. We all have Snapchat on our phones. So when Snapchat recently included the AI system, I didn't know what AI was, but because it was on my phone, when I'm sitting there, I would tap on my phone. I would try to learn about AI. I would try to see how it works. So because of that, AI didn't become a big thing in my mind. It's the same thing with telemedicine. If an app is created, I think I heard one of the schools mention an app called Whisper. I haven't heard it before. I would go and look for it. If an app like that is on my phone, I would try to know what it is. If the app has messages like the Text for Hope that Japan et al. We're talking about. If it sends me a message on schizo and I don't know what it is, I'll go and read about it. And then I would know that there are people out there with hallucinations and that it is real and it is a normal thing. So when someone like that comes to me, it's not new. That is how telemedicine will reduce the stigma. Thank you.
Family health.
So good afternoon. So to my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said, do we think telemedicine is the ultimate solution, which is actually the question. So to answer that, I would say no. That is not the ultimate solution. It may be one of the methods which we can use. I will also suggest probably educating the public. We understand the stigmatization associated with mental health. This is because we've branded them a certain type of way. For example, most people assume schizophrenic patients are violent. But you find that in actual fact, schizophrenic patients are only violent when provoked. But people assume they exude violence. So I think our first point of call should be probably education. We should definitely include telemedicine, but that should not be our ultimate solution. Thank you.
I think in fairness, all the schools will answer the same question for fairness. So UDS, UCC, so all the other schools get ready to answer the same question.
Thank you so much for the question. I think it's very necessary that even though we've given our input on what should be talked about, we should critically to criticize every input that we've made. And so I think that's good enough. Now, on the issue of whether telemedicine is the absolute solution, I do not think so. And this is because when we talk about mental health education or the issue of mental health care, it really is a multifaceted something. So it involves every part or all stakeholders in the country. Now, you remember that for most of us seated here, we remember that we know that when we are crossing the road, we look left, we look right, and we look left again. This is because we have made sure to organize good campaigns, media campaigns, using the National Commission on Civic Education. So really, the issue of stigma can't be solved just by using telemedicine. We need the general public education of the population of Ghana and the entire world on the fact that mental health care is something that can happen to anybody, and it's not really a matter of you being mad. So that when I enter the Pantine Psychiatric Hospital and I'm not wearing my lab coat, so they don't know whether that I'm a medical student and they see me, then someone will not assume that, in quotes, I am mad. Really, we need to educate the entire Ghanaian population so that that will be drummed well into their minds. Thank you.
So, K-USC, the other schools, you are all going to respond. So, K-USC.
Thank you very much for the question. So, my objective answer, that is concerning whether telemedicine and technology is going to be able to ultimately reduce or take away stigma concerning mental illnesses, I would say is no. Reason being that taking a cue from my UCC colleagues, they mentioned that there are short-term effects of telemedicine and technology. And so telemedicine technology serves as a short-term and a quick fix for stigmatization. But then the real long-term goal is to educate people. People need a paradigm shift. They need to have their mentalities changed about mental health. Most people think that when you have a mental illness, you are basically mad. That there's more to it than that. And so if we're able to educate people and have a paradigm shift in people's minds, things can change and we can have a long-term solution to mental illness stigmatization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. University of Ghana, you have had your chance. Okay, all right, so come up.
Thank you very much, sir, for the question.
Maybe the other schools, your reps can come up so that it flows very smoothly. So the other schools, let your reps come after she gives the answer.
Thank you very much for the question. The truth is that with telemedicine and technology, some level of anonymity can be conferred upon those people who are accessing mental health care, which is good. But the thing is that stigma is what society says it is. You see, when you look at something like the patronage of contraceptives, let's say in the early 2000s, it wasn't very common. But then we see things like, oh, it's your life, it's your choice, or Brano Warabo, where
media houses were should I say tasked with when media houses were being used to, encourage contraceptive patronage, the same thing can be done. We can be intentional about destigmatizing mental health care. It's a two-way thing. So first, you target society, and now maybe you strengthen the anonymity that telemedicine confers upon a person. So it's a two-way thing. The society also has to be targeted. We can use the very same technology, which is like using telecommunications, using like TV stations. All those things can actually help to destigmatize accessing mental health care. Thank you.
So, Accra College of Medicine, have you had your turn? Okay, so whilst Accra College of Medicine is coming, UHAS, get ready. In fact, let somebody come. I'm sure by now you have had enough time to confer amongst yourselves. And the UDS, let somebody come so it flows. You are from Accra College of Medicine.
Okay. Honorable Judge, thank you for the question. So as you asked, is telemedicine the ultimate solution? Telemedicine is an amazing solution because of the provision of anonymity. But we have to look at the stigma going beyond just not knowing, or other people not knowing that I'm the one going for medical care, right? Even when medical care is given, people still suffer from stigma post-care. So public education becomes one of the biggest ways that we treat. Thank you. Sorry. Public education becomes one of the biggest ways that we treat the issues of stigma. Racism is as big an ingrained issue as the stigmatization of mental health patients. And we are still solving racism till date. We are still educating people about it till date. So if we say telemedicine, it's an amazing way for us to get access to our patients, but when it comes to solving stigma as an issue, there is nothing that will beat public education. So we need to implore the media houses, implore the telecommunications network to come together and support us to provide that, and that will give us our ultimate solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. UHAS.
All right, so thank you very much for the question. In our model, we did mention something about total quality management, which works on root cause analysis, which means that you interrogate why the problem is existing in the first place, and then you try to find solutions to the problem. The first question then is, why is there stigmatization? Because there's misinformation out there. People don't understand how mental disorders work. After my psychiatry rotation, I'm now able to appreciate when I see a schizo patient on the street. This means that the information I am getting from the utilization of myself in the hospital, which is the education that everyone is talking about, is then able to solve the issue of misinformation, which is the reason stigmatization is being caused in the first place. So analyzing the root level analysis, then we are able to solve that. It is not the ultimate, but it is one of the best ways to approaching or removing stigmatization in society. Thank you.
Any school that has not had its 10 yet? Sorry? UDS, you've been here? That was UHAS. UCS, you've been here. University of Ghana, you've been here. Accra College, you've been here. Family Health, K-USC. Have you been here? Yes. K-USC? Yes. You've been here. Okay, all right. So I think what we'll do is that you'll have just one more question from the judges, and that'll be all. That will be answered by everybody. So let all the schools be represented here. Just choose your representatives, one, to come so it flows. So, K-USC, your rep, even without seeing the question. Or you want to hear the question. Maybe you want to hear the question and then you choose your rep. So, yes. So, no, because you don't have enough seats. So you ask the question, and once you know the question, you choose amongst you who will respond, and you come. So, yes, so please go ahead and ask your question.
an applaud for all the contestants. They've really done well. This goes to all of them. I'd actually wanted to ask this main question to direct the question to UHAS and UDS. You impressed me by touching on treatment, talking about prescription and probably how to even supply the drugs to the patients. I was a bit impressed about your addition. I listened to all, but you made a difference with this. And that was UHAS. And with UDS, you also mentioned about NHIS. I was actually waiting to hear something on this note. My singular question to all of you is that it doesn't end with consultation. After consultation, there is room also for supply of medicine and monitoring about recovery to ensure that the patient recovers from their conditions, even if not in totality, but to an extent. How are we going to innovate this with the use of telemedicine? I want you to be thinking about it. How are we going to include the monitoring of patients in telemedicine? That is by the use of telemedicine. Then again, how do we engage NHIS in this situation? Because patients come, we see them physically, we take notes, we have their folders and all that, but when it comes to the money, in fact, healthcare should be also cost effective. How are we going to put in all this? That is, ensure that using telemedicine, we are playing on the safer side of finance. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have two in one question. One, how are we going to ensure monitoring with telemedicine? And two, how do we incorporate NHIS in telemedicine? So now you've had a question, so your reps should come. Every school, so K-USC, choose your rep to come. Family Health, your rep. Accra College of Medicine, your rep. University of Ghana, your rep. UCC, your rep. UHAS, your rep. UDS, your rep. So please all come up here and begin to answer them. Help us to conserve time. Okay. The others? Okay. 5 more schools. 3 more. 4 more. Yes. So, K-USC and UHAS and Accra College. So 4 more, where are they? That's UCC and UG, UDS, okay. One more, okay, great. Okay, so the question, the 2-in-1 question once again, how are we going to ensure monitoring in telemedicine? And how are we going to ensure involvement of NHIS in telemedicine? Great, so I think you can take it.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the questions are very insightful, but let me answer the first question on the assessment and monitoring. I read an article on, in fact, there's been a piloted project by Moment Ghana that has to do with that particular aspect. They grouped it into facility-based assessment, home-based assessment, then we have remote assessment. So the whole idea was that what they do is that they have a clinic they have set up. People log onto the system, and then they give their complaints. And that clinic was a relay to the physicians, and they set up the diagnosis, the management plan. Then when the management plan is given, they send the records or whatever it is to the pharmacist, and the pharmacy would deliver the drugs or the medication to the patient at home, so that I don't have to walk into the pharmacy, because it still brings the stigma again. So it's delivered at home. Now, for the case of monitoring, what they do is that they have what we call their nurses. They are called security-based nurses of some sort. So they are dressed in improper. They come into the homes, that's if the patient requests for it. So they come home to the homes to assess how it's going, and they are also having security attached to them when they are going for that particular assessment, home-based assessment. However, we can also employ another use where we have an online chat, right? So that the patient can tally that this is the drugs I am taking and these are the doses I am doing, so that the doctor can be able to ascertain that indeed this is what is working. However, you'd still need parents and the caregivers to actually admit that indeed they will make sure they take care of the people, because they could be lying. You understand? So caregivers must be educated on the fact that the people need to follow the treatment regimen before that can be done. Then again, it's not only about medication. We also have group therapy and all that. And telemedicine can be used for group therapy. It's very simple. We log on to a Zoom call, and then we have the group therapy done. In the case of NHIS, what we suggest is that now it looks like Ghana is going digital. And then we have the NHIS numbers. Now you probably don't even have to even carry your card to the hospital anymore, as long as you have the number in your head. And then we all know that we have a way of paying for NHIS. It's free for all, but we pay. The taxpayers' money is all used for NHIS. So we just have to integrate that telemedicine is part of the NHIS. So we have to link it up. The only problem is how the NHIS is getting their funding nowadays. They are not able to feed all the other sectors. But once we get NHIS to integrate telemedicine platforms into the NHIS, then once you log on to the system, you also input your NHIS ID, and then they'll be billed into your system. However, there's also the option of mobile money if you want to pay for the service yourself. That is, if it's not captured by NHIS, then there's an option for mobile money payment in that case. Thank you very much.
So, judges, in order that you don't get confused, he is from UCC. Thereafter, you've arranged them all in order so that you'll remember who is speaking. So, the next person is K-USC. And then I think you should be able to use not more than 1 minute.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to keep it very simple and short. On the tangent of monitoring, I think we spoke about those who have access to the devices and those who do not have access to the devices. So for those who have access to the devices, it's just a matter of basic education on how to manipulate these devices and talk to their healthcare providers over the devices. For those who do not have the devices, we spoke about the good old day nurses who can be equipped with simple mobile phones. Now, when we talk about telemedicine, we don't mean anything complex like necessarily getting a laptop or a TV or whatever. A very basic tool, just like a YAM, can even be used by these nurses to contact the people who do not have their mobile phone. So they can move from home to home as they have been doing. That's the nurses who go on the CHIPS compound. On the issue of finance, I'm glad to announce that even without NHIS, the OKB Foundation has been able to achieve this goal on treating patients with mobile vans and that. And he has also been actually been nominated by the CNN Heroes of Change because of the impact it's having with mental health. So though our NHIS system may not necessarily supplement or be able to actually alleviate the treatment we give through mental health, we can sort to other NGOs, other private institutions who see the need. I remember the last topic for the public speaking contest was as to whether mental and physical illnesses, which one weighs better. And we agreed that mental illnesses are as equal as physical illnesses. So if we champion that cause, that mental illnesses are as equal as physical illnesses, I think everybody will come on board. I'm very happy that all of us here are health professionals, and we are training to be health professionals, we are training to be doctors. Let's take note that the most ideal person who gives a prescription is a psychiatrist. So once he gives a prescription and takes it to the nurses, I certainly believe that we take very much oath as health professionals to reduce these stigmas. We are to uphold our ethics, not to produce stigmas. So if we are championing the treatment courses, then we can give it to the patients directly too. So we have treated those who have access to the device, talking directly to the psychiatrist, and those who do not have access to the device, talking through the nurses to the psychiatrist. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Family health.
Thank you for the 2 questions. So first, I'll take up the NHIS question, how we are going to incorporate NHIS in mental health care. So first of all, I think we need to inform the stakeholders involved in these policy making. So we need to involve our leaders, we need to bring it up to parliament, and people who are responsible for the lawmaking. We need to let them understand that a discount should be placed, for lack of a better word, a discount should be placed on mental health care delivery. Since it's just as important as malaria, it's just as important as the ones we contract all the time. It's just as important, that's what I want to say. So first, we should definitely contact stakeholders, policymakers, parliamentarians, people involved to make sure that healthcare acquired mentally is at a discounted price. And for the monitoring of the progress, my first thing I would want to suggest is a support system. Once you are presented with a mental case or a mental health case, the first thing the clinician stresses upon is a support system, because it's such a long and difficult journey. So once the patient has come to you with their illness, you definitely need to contact their family, their friends, or whoever would definitely be in support and will also help monitor their progress as well. So they could be your second call of contact in case maybe you decide to confront the patient or ask the patient directly, have you been taking your medication? Things like that. They need somebody else to confirm, and the person has to be very objective and not be partial to the client. One other thing I'll say is, because the entire consultation is done online, it may not be as effective as an in-person, as we all stated in our earlier presentations. So what I'll ask is that the clinician needs to be very organized. The therapy sessions need to be structured. The times, it needs to be very routine, that the person can follow, not miss a step. It has to be very critical, because it's not an in-person where you can visually monitor the person's progress. So they need to include routine exercises, things that they'll be able to pick up from cues, verbal engagements, things like that. And lastly, with respect to drugs and distribution of medication, I would also suggest that we can try employing first very affordable delivery services that are quick and effective. And if it's possible as well, you need to contact the pharmacologist or the person who will be in charge of dispatching the drug to the client. You need to be in very good contact with the person daily, direct contact, clear contact, where you know that the drug is definitely being delivered to the client. And this may be a long stretch, but I would like to include that we can include trackers on the medication. With these trackers, we are able to know that they have arrived at the location they were supposed to be sent to. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Accra College of Medicine.
Madam Judge, I'd like to say a big thank you for the question again, and thank you to my fellow colleagues who gave the attempt at answering it. So I'd like to touch again on the two questions you asked, monitoring and the NHIS. Now when it comes to monitoring, first, we have to understand that when it comes to mental health issues, they come in mild, moderate, and then severe cases. Most medication is actually prescribed for severe cases, right? So when we come to the mild and moderate cases, most medication is for the severe cases. So when it comes to the mild and moderate cases, as we touched on earlier, we talked about a revolution of the entire system, making sure that they are trained personnel who are not fully trained psychologists or psychiatrists, but have mental health training sufficient enough at least to be able to, one, make sure prescriptions are being filled correctly and monitor the prescriptions that are given. So now at these, the CHIPS level, the community-based health level, we are able to provide nurses and clinicians who can monitor mental health prescriptions even if they are not mental health personnel themselves. Now secondly, we can look at the tier system. So when it comes to the mild and moderate cases, most of the treatments are both therapy and then the physical activities that they are taught, or physical practices they are taught to limit the symptoms that they are having. So with those, instituting a callback system would be one of the easy ways to monitor these things. Now we've created the telemedicine solution. Perfect solution. People can access it from everywhere. But when they access the first time, as you said, we don't contact them again. And this is an issue in our churches, this is an issue in our schools when it comes to issues that you report, not being followed up with. So instituting a callback system ingrained in telemedicine, where if a patient makes a call today, not the same clinician, but regardless of what it is you were reported with, it is essential for a health personnel to call you back within a week, within 2 weeks, to get data from what happened in the previous session, what was prescribed, and are you following it? And that will allow us to be able to notice who is on medication, who is not, and then be able to monitor them following the session. And even monitor the provision of care to make sure our clinicians are providing top quality care through telemedicine as much as they are in face-to-face sessions. Then the last thing is something we touched on heavily, which is the biggest solution to this monitoring issue, the teleclinics. So now employing our government to support us to set up these teleclinics, or make clinics that exist teleclinics, so they run both systems without incurring a huge financial loss by building it. Now with the teleclinics, you have staff who are purposely there to maintain the tele system for that environment. So these people can both do monitoring, give prescriptions, fill prescriptions, refill prescriptions, and make sure they are being taken appropriately. Now when it comes to the issue of NHIS, my colleagues will touch on financing and so on and so forth, but at the end of the day, currently the main issue is not there is not sufficient funding for mental health care. If the research had been done, they would know that there is no NHIS coverage for mental health at all. So it's not a matter of money, it's a matter of the fact that even with the limited resources we have, we are not prescribing anything to it. So the major solution to that problem is lobbying our policymakers and making sure they begin to understand. We talked about awareness earlier. The awareness is not just public education. We need to educate the people who are in charge of making these laws and make sure that they correct this discrepancy, and then we can go out and look for the funding that we already have. M-Health raised over $20 million to provide a mental health solution already, right? $20 million to provide a mental health solution for the entire country for us to train personnel. So the money can be raised, but who would give us the money if our nation is not even making it a priority in the first place? So that is what we should look at doing in the first. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much for the question. For the first one, how to track patients using telemedicine. The advantage we have is that telemedicine is actually a tool. It's a vehicle. Using the hybrid model, there's a possibility to schedule in-person sessions with patients to come in to check their vitals. In the inception of wearable devices, it's possible to monitor patients' sleep patterns, their sleep cycles, their heart rates, and everythh. As a matter of fact, let me cite this example. I have an aunt who is currently hypertensive, and there's this wearable device you could wear. I think you could access it for about 800 cedis or 700 cedis. She used to complain of hypertension crisis. Whenever she goes to the hospital, her blood pressure is so high, but when she's home and she checks it, it's fine. The doctor realized what was going on and prescribed this wearable device for her. So she's been wearing it for a while now, and it's able to track her blood pressure throughout the day, throughout the weeks, throughout the month. So when she goes to the clinic to go and see the doctor, he's able to assess the patterns. Okay, your blood pressure rose this time. And actually, she was actually described as normotensive because it seems like her blood pressure only spikes when she's in the hospital because she's nervous. These kind of devices can be employed to access and track patients' healthcare, patients' progress through healthcare. The second point, NHIS. Mental health, as a matter of fact, has been overlooked for a very long time. And it's not just in Ghana, but the sub-Saharan Africa in general. We believe that policymakers, the NHIS system should be restructured to involve mental health care access, to involve mental health care. As a matter of fact, the NHIS is currently working on including 4 mental health disorders into the NHIS system. I think that's schizophrenia and all its types, bipolar and depression. These are actively being worked on to include it in the NHIS program. And I believe it's a very pivotal step towards breaking the barrier and the stigma associated with mental health care. If in a world where people can walk into the hospital and complain of headache or any mental health disorder of any kind at all, and it's being taken care of by the government is expending funds to take care of it. It goes to say that these things are normal in our society, and so we must take active measures to cure them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now it's University of Ghana. So UHAS.
Good afternoon. So I'm from UHAS, I'm Salasi. I'm here to hit the nail right on the head. So the first question was, how do we ensure monitoring? Now, monitoring is just the act of checking progress of anything. They didn't specifically say patient monitoring. It could be even the app or the telemedicine. That is why during our speech, we spoke about total quality management. I didn't get the time to further explain. However, it works on a principle of root cause analysis, where we ensure surveillance right from the fertility stages to the top to ensure active, continuous monitoring and evaluation to ensure our program runs successfully. This could be bringing experts on board occasionally in order to check how our service actually run and whether they are even like at the risk of cybersecurity cases. Okay, now having finished with that, let me take you to patient monitoring. On patient monitoring, it's like we are checking the progress of the patient. Our app has some features, however, we couldn't say it due to time. This involves you sending regular messages to the people to check how they are doing occasionally, before, during, and even after treatment. Now, do not tell me those without smartphones cannot get those messages. In some years ago in the north, there was a program piloted. It's known as the mobile midwife, where a lot of pregnant women were brought on board using USSD codes. And as a result, messages were being sent to them to motivate them, to remind them of their antenatal appointments. And as a result, the prevalence of maternal mortality in the north have been significantly decreased. That is how to solve monitoring. Now, let's go to the NHIS. With the NHIS, the first thing is health insurance. Health insurance is, mental health care is actually supposed to be free in Ghana, but it's not. Why? My first thing is, why aren't they sponsoring it? And the reason is because mental health care is too expensive. I will tell you why. Using one scenario I stated in my presentation, and then I'll take you through and land at the final answer. Now, let's go to prescriptions. Under prescriptions, why is it that mental drugs are very rare to get and very expensive to buy? The law of demand and supply, those who did business.
Now, what's happening is that in mental health care, it's either the demand is not there, so just a few pharmacies have the drugs. Since those few pharmacies have the drugs, they have the power to inflate the prices. How then would you be able to purchase? That is why telemedicine incorporating that feature, that is the iPrescribe app, enabling them to have prescriptions. There is a recent app trending all over Ghana, M-Pharma. They deliver drugs to everybody at cheaper prices. Now, what is going to happen is that since that app is responsible for the delivery of mental health drugs, the demand will be more. So they can buy the drug at bulk quantities and even sell it to people at cheaper prices. And when the government sees that and they realize that the prices are coming down, God helps those who help themselves. They will also come and the health insurance will further support this. Now, that is not all.
You need to be wrapping up. You need to be round up.
Okay, in summary, I hope, I have several examples, but I think this one is okay. But in summary, what I'm saying is that with all this put in place, monitoring and putting mental health under the NHIs wouldn't be a problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, UDS, as the last respondent.
Good afternoon. I'll first tackle the NHIS problem. You see, with numbers comes political power. If we are able to expand the number of people using telemedicine and we're able to increase the number of people on these apps, we would have basis to plead to the government to add NHIS, to add telemedicine to the NHIS scheme, won't we? On drugs and treatment, how the drug monitoring could be. The country has drones. We could transport these drugs. We could also plead to stakeholders like NS Chemists to incorporate their system into apps. The Spectra e-health system, if you've seen it, it has a sign-up form. After you are done, they're able to put your prescription there. You can walk into any of the pharmacy shops they are partnered with. Just like how when you go to hospitals, you have a code, and then you go to the pharmacy with your card, and then the code, they're able to give you your medications. We are going to use the same thing for telemedicine and technology, using drones, partnering with stakeholders in pharmaceutical companies. And on implementation of telemedicine and technology, it's not difficult at all. We have guidelines from other countries. From our presentation, we said the American Psychiatry Association, they have telepsychiatry toolkits. It's not like it's new. We could use implementation research from other countries and adopt it here. You understand, right? Yeah. And then for the monitoring, we are monitoring both the entire system and the individual. For the entire system, I've talked about how we can use guidelines from other countries into our country. And for the individual, monitoring the individuals. You know, MTN randomly sends us message. You'll be there, they send you, they've done this, they've done this, they've done this. We could use that same system to send periodic messages, just as how Text for Hope was used in the United States. We could send random messages to people so that maybe if your review is in 2 weeks, within that week, I'll be sending you messages. I'll be calling you to check up on you. That is how we'll do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On that note, I want to say that you have honorably distinguished yourselves and you are honorably discharged. Thank you very much. So, at this juncture, we are supposed to go on snack break, but I'm advised that we need to conserve time because some will be traveling. So, you'll postpone the snack break till the end. So, I invite Dr. Dansua Nyama, the MC, to carry us through the next steps. But then, at the same time too, we discharge the judges to go and do their own thing. Thank you very much. Once again, I don't envy you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Akwesi-Osei. A round of applause for Prof. Akwesi-Osei, our moderator, and all our speakers. My, it has been a thrilling session, and time does fly as we're having fun. I'm sure you all agree with me that all speakers and all universities are winners in their own right. Okay, but then of course we'll wait on our judges to give us the final outcome. We'll quickly want to move on with our program and would have a solidarity message by the Medical Director of St. Patrick's Mental Health Services, Prof. Paul Fierson, and this is by a virtual means. So please technical team, please coordinate that for us. After that, we'll also... Is he ready?
Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you so much for that introduction, and good afternoon, everybody, and greetings from Dublin. And thank you very much for this invitation. Just to say a few quick words. I know you're a bit behind schedule. One of the advantages of your being behind schedule is it allows
Thank you very much, Prof. Fierson. And as you mentioned, we can achieve much more by collaborating. And so we pray that this collaborative effort continues to yield even greater results. Moving on, we would now take a statement from our sponsors. And I'm sure you all agree with me that without our sponsors, we couldn't have had this great meeting. Okay, so we would want to receive the statement from Mrs. Belinda Ejapon, also a virtual delivery. So technical team, once again, the ball is in your court. Thank you very much, Mrs. Belinda Ejapong. Now, during Prof. Fearson's delivery, he did allude to the fact that in 2019 we had some winners from this similar occasion, and they visited them in Dublin. And we are privileged to have we are privileged to have Dr. Christine Boahene with us, who is one of our winners in that round, and she wants to share with us her experience. So let's applaud Dr. Christine Boahene, as she shares with us her experience.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. As rightly said, I'm Christine Boahene, and in 2019, we won this very honorable competition. That's Albert and I. Albert couldn't join us today in person, but he's online, and we've been chatting, so shout outs to you, Albert. So I've been tasked to share an exhilarating experience of a month in a few minutes, so I'll just allow the video we've put together for you to do most of the talking, and then I'll just be in the background. Before that, I'd like to say a very big thank you to Prof. Vincent Ejapong. He's been very instrumental in this whole competition, and we are so grateful that they decided to still go ahead with our package or our winning prize, even, amidst COVID and after COVID. I want to also say thank you to the St. Patrick's Mental Health Services and the University Hospital. The staff were down to earth. They treated us like their own. Sometimes they could not even tell if we were staff or not because we had blended so well. I also like to thank the K-USC lecturers and the debate team. You guys made this possible, so thank you. And to every institution and everyone involved in the organization of this competition, you've made it one of a kind, and we say a very big thank you to you. So I'll allow the video to show. So unfortunately, we can't show much of the So that's our road trip. The wind was so massive there, you have no idea. It could blow you away. But that was good. It was a good breath of fresh air. Having blue skies and blue water. That was good. Oh, and we visited churches too. We went to churches on the Sundays. So we went about 3 churches. and we enjoyed our time with them. And then using the train, we went to the seaside, Host, one of their biggest seasides. Yeah. The water is so blue. When I finished taking the picture, I was wondering, is this photoshopped? And yeah, that's another church opportunities. And we applied ourselves in the churches. We helped with packing, setting up for service and all that. And we met one of our lecturers in the train station, so we took a picture with him. And then we went on the tour of the north and the south side of the city. So you see, this is the north tour.
I see you face.
And all these expenses were paid for. As an all expense paid experience. And if you are winning this, you are in for an experience of a lifetime, honestly. And then another time we got to see, we went to the cinema, the theater. We got to see one of their classic productions. These are team members, and our favorite place. You see all the food you get to eat for free. Definitely. Oh, and the Phoenix Park, this house is where the American ambassador, the French ambassador, where they stay. It's one of the biggest parks in the world, apparently, 16 acres. Okay, so now we're getting to the end of our stay there, and we're getting so familiar with the place. We didn't want to leave now. No, we didn't. So as the time was drawing closer, every morning when we wake up and we're going, it's like, oh, so Christine, you have 5 days more. Oosh. What can we do today? Can we call them to extend our stay? Because we were on leave too, so it was a good opportunity to just use all the time there. So you see the hospital. They had gym, the sites for gym. Okay, so this was our official last day. The canteen, everything here for you.
You have been healing the sea.
I told you it was one of our favorite places.
You never lost a battle.
And so now we had to hand over our tags, our transport cards, all that, signing out. We took pictures with the security man. Everybody there was really helpful, honestly. You walk in and everybody's greeting you, everybody's excited to say hello to you, find out how your day was and all that. So down to earth stuff. And Prof. Fieron, the one you just heard from, the medical director, then Jerry, and the IT guy. This guy walks all around the hospital looking for problems to solve. I don't see that here though, but so yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. I was supposed to have spoken about clinical experience. I'll just do that shortly in a minute and I'll be done. So we got to see how electroconvulsive therapy was done, and it was like a very seamlessly painless therapy. You just have them come in and then they have the electrodes put on them, and then they just have a short convulsion, and then you see how quickly they get better, and the experience is just wonderful. We had multidisciplinary meetings where we have the patient come in, and you have the psychiatrist, the pharmacist, the dietitian, the music therapist, the dance therapist. Everybody's sitting down there. We are having a discussion, asking the patient how we can help him in his recovery. And all these facilities, I'm talking about yoga, gym, golf, all these things were in the hospital. So then they get to, while they're on admission, get to involve in other extracurricular activities, and it was wonderful. I think this experience is wonderful, and all the very best to the winners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Christine. Obviously, you had a very exciting time over there. And that brings me to ask the question, so who wins this year? time will tell, right? And one of the things I enjoy about being an MC is that sometimes I get to pull surprises, right? And today I have that singular opportunity. So this one is a trivia, right? Or a fact, an interesting fact. About a decade ago, or let me make a riddle. So riddle. So about 10 years ago, one of the winners of this competition went on this trip and fast forward through time, became a specialist psychiatrist working here in Ghana. Am I getting any names? My next tip. She works at Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Okay, let me give the answer. Let's welcome Dr. Abigail Hardin. Okay, so she won this a decade ago, has gone through the ranks, through housemanship, through OMOship, and is now a specialist psychiatrist with Kolebu Teaching Hospital. She'll share a few words with her, and mind you, I caught her off guard, so this one is improvised.
She forgot to add that I'm also a UCC alumnus. So we won the 3rd edition of this competition, and we went to St. Patrick's as well in 2014. We won the competition in 2013 and then went in 2014. So, I mean, it just brings back memories when I was watching the other debaters on stage, but it was a very insightful experience to go to Dublin. It was the first time I had seen world-class psychiatry being practiced, and I was so amazed, and I just thought that there's no way I'm changing my mind. I had already made the decision to go into psychiatry, but I wasn't changing my mind, and I had to remain in it. So this has been my journey. Congratulations to all the debaters. You've all done very well. I know what it means to stand on stage here and deliver your speeches, and I know how much practice, how much rehearsing had to go into it. So congratulations to you all, and all the best.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abigail Hardin. Okay, so we'll be having our results come up shortly, but then we know that with that excitement, we'll all forget to do this, so let's have this done, okay? So we're projecting a QR code here. We want to evaluate this, be able to improve this throughout the years. So please, let's give our feedback, let's give our suggestions through this feedback form evaluation, okay? And then hopefully we'll have more interesting sessions in subsequent years. Please, can we project the QR code? So it is up now. Please, let's all just scan that code. Give all the feedback. And as we're talking about telemedicine, we're talking about anonymity. So this is also in that zone. It's anonymized. So give all the feedback you want. And we would want to use that to continuously improve. So whilst we're having that exercise done, I want to defer to our moderator, Prof. Akwesi Osei, so that he would get our judges come in and give the feedback. Please, are judges ready? Not yet. Okay, so let's continue with this exercise. Okay, so I understand that our judges, as Prof. Akwesiose mentioned, they have a very Herculean task. They are still there trying to compute the scores because our speakers really gave them a tough time, so they'll be out soon. But are we able to have some music interlude whilst waiting on them? No. By way of announcement, whilst we are done and exiting, we'll be able to have access to both our lunch and snacks. So don't be in a hurry to leave. Just let's exit in a very orderly manner so that we can all have our lunch and snack. So we've listened to the debate, right? We listened to the arguments, pros and cons, appropriateness of telemedicine and technology in mental health in Ghana. You want to say something? Okay. What are our thoughts? After all that has been said and done, what are our thoughts?
Celebrate with me tonight. Celebrate tonight. Celebrate one more time. Celebrate tonight. Look at it, feel the lights. Celebrate tonight. You better hit the right and hit the left now. Turn around and slide. We made it through all of the years and all of the tears. We made the move. Me and you, we're gonna one step through the ups and the downs. Meet up on that Tina, yeah, yeah. Oh, sugar cane sweet, but your love is sweeter. Yeah. So below juice mixed with a little ginger. Oh, girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Machonya jina wokyo don't talk. Got me like a thief in the night, long jaw. But you know say all of my niggas them ball. Nothing you go ever need at all. Machonya jina wokyo don't talk. Taking it a break at me, I know the rush. Baby, if you want me, catch a rebel, my miss with me. Yeah, follow. If you I go follow, and I hope you know say you be Dodo. You dey like Dodo Bucci, oh follow. If you I go follow, and I hope you know say you be Dodo. You dey like Dodo Bucci. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find
The results are in. So our judges are getting seated. And I now defer to Prof. Akwesiose to come take the next session. And with that, we want to call all those who are outside to come in. And we are about to declare the results.
Thank you very much and welcome back, our distinguished judges. Well, if you are here yourselves, why should I take the results from you and announce? So the electoral commissioner, the chair of the electoral commission yourselves, choose one to be the chair, and she or he will come and announce the results. We have all here, and I'm privileged to see before you, but I'm not allowed to disclose. Let it come from the chair. Great. So you read all the.
Thank you very much, Prof. Applaud for all our contestants again. So in the beginning, we gave you the criteria we were looking for. That is the areas we were assessing them. And we were looking at clarity of the presentation. And we also looked at the strength of the arguments and ability to engage the audience. Last but not the least, we look at the effectiveness of the summary they gave and the ability to handle the questions we posed to them. So, ladies and gentlemen, to begin from the bottom, we have it as well. In fact, they all did well because nobody had average. So let me mention the marks. From the bottom, we had 77 marks. We had 79.8, 82, 84.0, 85.5, 86.1. Then we have 88.1. So you can imagine there were ties and probably nobody didn't do well. Everybody did well. So from the bottom, but not the least, we had family health, scoring 77. Oh, clap for them, they deserve it. They have really done well. Above average. ACM, that is Accra College of Medicine, 79.8%. We have UG, 82%. We have K-USC scoring 84.0. UDS 85.5. UHAS 86.1. On top of all our well done contestants, we have UCC 88.1. UCC 88.1. Kindly clap for all of them. They've all done well. Nobody was last. So, congratulations to all our contestants. Congratulations to all of you. You were all above average.
Wow, wow, wow. Exciting turn of events. We want to quickly call on Madam Estelle Lapierre, Professor Adjopin Amanapao, Mrs. Belinda Ejapong, and then Prof. Akwesiose, I want you to come upstage so that we prepare to present the trophy. Wow, wow, wow. We are all winners, no losers, but UCC comes on top in this edition.
I think, all right. You think it's a fair result?
Oh, I think it's
yes.
The UCC.
Yes. They're doing well. Let them jubilate for a bit. Well, the moment has come. The moment has come. And I'm absolutely delighted to congratulate the University of Cape Coast. How are we going to do this? Maybe we should move more to the...
They've won the most times.
Oh, really? Oh, I see. Okay. Come this way so we don't block the... Yes. And come to this side, yes. So, on behalf of the Mental Health Authority, I would like to make the presentation to the well-deserved winners of this competition. Shall I give you my... Another big...
Thank you, Paul.
Congratulations to all of you.
UCC trained. I don't think people here heard it very well. UCC trained. Thank you so much. Madam Chair, honorable invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of the team from the University of Cape Coast School of Medical Sciences. It would interest you to note that this was written before the results were announced, because even right from the beginning, when the question or the debate, the public speaking theme was brought up, we knew we were going to win. And so we decided to prepare well enough for this. So first of all, of course, we have to thank God, and we thank God so much for bringing us this far. Special thanks to the faculty and our coordinator, Mr. Christian Akom. Please give it up for Mr. Akom. He deserves this so much. For many years, he has been our coordinator for this event. He is the excellent science coach the most excellent I've ever met. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. And I would like to also thank the 2018 winners of this very competition, also from the University of Cape Coast School of Medical Sciences. They were with us through the whole period. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a very, very rewarding experience because we spent only 2 weeks preparing for this. And for those of us who are around, we know that we spent 2 weeks in preparing for this. The other schools, you may think we are lying, but that's up to you. Interesting. And so, in fact, I don't want to talk a lot. All I want to say is to the organizers of this event and the health authority is that, really, just as my partner said, if all the participating schools have come up with these very brilliant ideas and we are not able to put it into action, then really I think we are missing out on the point. So I want us all to try and make this possible. I want that in some years to come, when I have my children, and telemedicine is commonplace, like how mobile money is, I can tell them that I was part of it. I was a part of making sure this happens. Really, we are thankful to God and we are thankful to every one of us. Congratulations to all the other teams as well. Thank you.
Congratulations once again. Congratulations. And congratulations to all participating schools. Congratulations to everyone. We are drawing close to the end. We want to take the closing remarks from our chairperson, Madam Estelle Appiah.
Well, first of all, I must say it has been a thrilling experience for me to witness this competition. And I have to congratulate all those who participated and all those who I know worked very, very hard to put together their presentations. Well done. I think this is an excellent way to motivate interest in psychiatry, and I encourage all those who have been involved in sponsorship to continue to sponsor this type of lively debate to increase interest in psychiatry, so that as time goes on, we will have more and more and more psychiatrists in our beloved country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Estelle Appiah. So as said earlier, thanks to each and every one of us for staying through to the end. Thanks to our dignitaries, our judges, our moderators, CEO of Mental Health Authority. Thanks to all of us, okay? And a special thanks to the organizing team, those who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes, ensuring that this event is as successful as it has been. I can tell you that I, for one, am very, very excited to even just anticipate next year's session, where we know that we'll all come fully prepared, ready to take on UCC and amongst others, okay? So let's all go back knowing we are winners in our own rights. I will want to take our closing prayer now from Dr. Joseph Kofi Edu. Dr. Edu, please come up. You can tell where he's coming from, right? The alumnus of where?
Ose UG. Congratulations to UCC. Shall we pray? Father, we thank you for our life. We thank you for this beautiful program. We thank you that it has been successful. We thank you for the knowledge, the wisdom you gave to these young men and women to come and speak to us. We thank you for utterances. Father, even as we are leaving, we pray that you will go with us, carry us on eagle's wings. Father, we commit the rest of our futures into your hand, our God. Lead us, so that in the end we'll have a lot of psychiatrists from this batch. In Jesus' name. Amen.
And with that, we've come to a close. We are duly dispatched. And please bear in mind, your lunch and snacks are outside, so let's get them out. Travel mercies for all of us. Stay safe, and we meet here again next year. Bye.